to our lane. To begin this auspicious occasion, we will first commence with the sacred Moibung invocation. The resonating sound of the Moibung, the traditional koans, holds deep spiritual and cultural significance in our lane. It symbolizes a call for divine blessings, harmony, and the commencement of something sacred. Let us embrace this moment with reverence as we set the tone for today's gathering. Thank you very much. Next, we present Thang Leiting, the traditional martial art display of Manipur. This age-old practice, deeply rooted in our history, showcases the valor, discipline, and warrior spirit of our ancestors. Ladies and gentlemen, Thang Leiting Haiba. Vibrant and mesmerizing Pung Cholong, the classical Manipuri drum dance, a perfect blend of rhythm, acrobatics, and devotion. This performance is not just an artistic expression but a spiritual offering. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting you Pung Jola. With that mesmerizing series of cultural presentations, we pay our heartfelt tribute to our rich heritage and traditions. A sincere thank you to all the talented performers for their incredible display of skill and artistry. Now, moving forward with our program, it is my honor to invite our esteemed dignitaries to the dais. May I kindly request our respected chief guest of today's function, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, and respected guests of honor, Professor Premlata Maishnam, Dean School of Education, Manipur University, Senior Professor Laxmikant Rathore, former Vice Chancellor, Palamuru University, Telangana, Professor Dr. Arjun Sinha Rana, former Vice Chancellor, Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, Gujarat, Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, PAFI, Professor L. Thambal Singh, Head, Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, Manipur University, and last but not the least, Professor Dr. Alexa Krashil Shikhov, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. To honor our distinguished guests, we shall now proceed with the traditional Beijing and Lingyanpi presentation. First of all, may I have the privilege to request Professor L. Thambal Singh, Head, Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, Manipur University, to do the honor of felicitating our respected Chief Guest, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University. Up next, may I have the privilege to request Patron Organizing Committee, Professor I. T. Inaubi Singh, former Dean School of Education, Manipur University, to do the honor of felicitating our respected President of today's function, Professor Premlata Vaishnam, Dean School of Education, Manipur University. Ikaikum Najariba Oja Inaubi Singh, former Dean School of Education, Manipur University, na ngasige thoramasibu preside tawbiribi Professor Premlata Vaishnam, Dean School of Education, Manipur University, gi mafamdasu langjariba ling seminar kit kutol tambiduni kaikum naba utpinaba nolukchari. Next, may I have the honor to request Dr. Laishram Santosh Singh, Associate Professor, Department of PES, Manipur University, the Organizing Secretary, to do the honor of felicitating our respected guest of honor, Senior Professor Lakshmikant Rathore, former Vice Chancellor, Palamuru University, Telangana. As a token of appreciation, presenting a traditional stole, lengyan, badge, a citation, a memento, and a conference kit. And up next, would like to request Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. Y. Santikumar Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of PES, Manipur University, to honor our respected guest of honor, Professor Dr. Arjun Singh Rana, former Vice Chancellor, Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, Gujarat. And may I have the honor to request convener of this conference, organizing committee, Dr. Maibam Nodia Chan Singh, Associate Professor, Department of PES, Manipur University, to felicitate and honor our respected guest of honor, Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India. Thank you very much. May I request co-convener organizing committee, Dr. L. Pungding, Assistant Professor, Department of West Manipur University, to honor and felicitate our respected guest of honor, Professor L. Thambal Singh, Head, Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, Manipur University. And last but not the least, to honor and felicitate our respected guest of honor, Professor Dr. Alexa, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. May I request Program Coordinator, Professor M. Chorjit Singh, Department of PES, Manipur University. Thank you very much. To mark the auspicious beginning of our conference, we shall now proceed with the traditional lighting of the lamp. May I request our respected Chief Guest, President, and Guests of Honor to kindly come forward for the lighting of the lamp. Up next, we present Pena Yakairol, a soulful and sacred musical invocation deeply rooted in Manipuri tradition. The Pena, an ancient string instrument, carries the essence of our folklore, spirituality, and history. Traditionally performed at the break of dawn, Pena Yakairol symbolizes a divine connection, invoking blessings and setting a serene tone for the occasion.
Hayan imani hay haya haydana seyhozer magi
Siginong damma khalay na lakpa matamda Mai kai maringak palay sumday ni pan pu balay simulayam kuyum layam pumba busum na yadi tay jarama bagitungda Sing we bung Kuyum lay ning thu Ngasi kau ba kurunong Manipur taibang mahikula sige na pari na mum na sunasa oy ba kayana Thauram dana thaugai pang thuk sarak padi hau badagi loi ba bautik da kai dana pang thuk bangam badugu pina biramu Langjai kai din thugan biram ganu tik da kai da ba pina biramu yai bhabanungai ba pina biramu Mahai kola sigina pari namum na sunasa oi ba kaya bu malim gi phambak thak ta ka bangam ba mi thui ba mi hen ba du pina biramu dana singu ma gi ngang lo kha da punem jarama ba gi tungda Ngasia kau ba kurau nong gi di na pari oi ba ai khoi ani su sang na set ki bani sa sang na hanjan jaragi tin na set ki bani sa tin na hanjan jaragi Hai kau panai pani haya kau binai mani hai haya hayum hayum hayum
Thank you very much. Now to formally welcome our distinguished guests and delegates, may I invite Dr. Laishram Santosh Singh, Organizing Secretary of this conference, to deliver the welcome address.
Hello. A very good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, distinguished invited speakers, delegates, participants, my dear research scholars and students. It is my almost honor and privilege to have warm welcome you all to the 3-day International Conference on Exploring Current Trends in Physical Education and Sports Science, Innovations, Challenges, and Opportunities. It is being organized by the Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, Manipur University, Kansipur, Impal. Sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, New Delhi. Organizing partner, LNIPE, NERC, Sonapur, Assam, Guwahati. Physical Education Foundation India, Manipur chapter. International Federations of Physical Education, Fitness, and Sports Science Associations, and Tribal Research Institutions, Government of Manipur. This 5 March 2025, here in the beautiful campus of the Manipur University and State of Manipur, I welcome you all, everyone. This conference hosts with 270 delegates, including 20 national invited speakers, 2 international speakers. We collected, within the short period of time, 170 research papers. Among the 170 papers, we selected 70 papers we already processed to publish in the Scopus Index Journal. It's going to be published within the short periods. The remaining papers we're going to publish now in the book chapter in occasions of the international conference. At the outset, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend a sincere, warm welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Manipur University, respected Professor and Lokendra Singh, Chief Patron, Organizing Committee, and Chief Guest of this inaugural function. Sir, we deeply grateful thanks for your kind acceptance of our invitation to be here as a chief guest. And thank you very much for your valuable timely support for our organizing committee. Thank you very much, sir. And then I would like to extend my sincere warm welcome to the Professor Premlata Maisnam, Dean, School of Education, and patron of the organizing committee. Madam is graciously presiding our inaugural function as a president. Thank you very much, Madam. And I would like to extend my sincere welcome address to the Professor Shri Lakshmikant Rathod from our Vice Chancellor, Palmuru University, Telangana. I welcome you, sir. And next, I would like to welcome Professor Arjun Singh Rana from our Vice Chancellor, Swami Gujarat Sports University, Gujarat. Sir is one of our key person, and he's giving the keynote address for this conference also. And then he will be one of the leadings of our physical education in the country. I welcome you, sir. And I would like to welcome Dr. Piyush Jain, Physical Education Foundation General Secretary. I welcome you, sir, as a guest of honor. I really appreciate, sir, for your energetic, dynamic, and efforts to promote the physical education and sports in the country. Really, I appreciate you, sir. And I would like to extend my sincere welcome to the Professor L. Thambal Singh, Head, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence, your support. And last, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Oles Sangadar and Nicholas Koff. Sir, I welcome you. Sir is this is three times sir is attended in Manipur University International Conference. For sir, I want to seek from your side, one clap from your side. Continuously, thank you very much, sir, for your continued support and presence 3 times in Manipur University. And I heartfelt welcome to all the international invited speakers, national speakers, respected dean, different schools of the Manipur University, respected head, different department of the Manipur University, learned faculty members, different departments of the Manipur University, all the invited research scholars and students. I welcome you. And lastly, I would like to welcome all the esteemed members of the electronic print media for this inaugural function. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much, respected Dr. A.L. Santosh Singh, Organizing Secretary, for that warm and gracious welcome address. Before we proceed further, let us take a moment to acknowledge and honor the dedicated committee members whose hard work and commitment have made this event possible. Their tireless efforts, meticulous planning, and unwavering dedication have ensured the smooth execution of today's gathering. To do the honor, may I have the privilege to request our respected Chief Guest and Chief Patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Professor N. Lokendra Singh. First of all, may I have the privilege to invite on stage our patron, Professor T. Inaubi Singh, former Dean, School of Education, Manipur University. And next, may I have the privilege to request on stage Organizing Secretary Dr. Laishram Santosh Singh, Associate Professor, Department of PES, Manipur University. And would like to request Joint Organizing Secretary Dr. Y. Santi Kumar Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University. Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to have your presence on the dais, convener of this Conference Organizing Committee, Dr. Maibam Nodia Chand Singh, Associate Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University. Thank you very much. And next, we'd like to request co-convener Dr. L. Pungding, Assistant Professor, Department of PES, Manipur University. And would like to request Program Coordinator, Professor Maibam Chorjit Singh, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University. And last but not the least, Program Co-Coordinator Dr. Abdul Rahman, Assistant Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University. Thank you very much, and thank you very much once again, our respected chief guest, for doing the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is our privilege to release the souvenir and a special book published as part of this conference. May I request our dignitaries to kindly release the souvenir and the book. Thank you so much for doing the honor. As part of this significant conference, we are now about to release the special publication, a compilation of the research papers that will be presented during this event. Thank you very much for doing the honor of releasing the book. In continuation, may I have the privilege to request our respected guest of honor, Professor Dr. Alexa, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Professor Lakendra Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Prof. Premlata Mainsam, Dean, School of Education, Manipur University, Prof. Lakshmikant Rathod, ex-Vice Chancellor, Palamuru University, Telangana, Professor Dr. Arjun Singh Rana, ex-Vice Chancellor, Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary, Physical Education Foundation, Professor Tambal Singh, Head, Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, Manipur University, our dynamic Secretary, Dr. Santosh Singh, Organizing Secretary, Professor Enaubi Singh, Patron, Prof. Chandra Babu, Chairman of the conference, dear friends, colleagues, and delegates. It is my pleasure to be present here today, and it is an honor to be invited as a guest of honor to this conference and as an invited speaker. And it also gives me immense pleasure to address the gathering today because Manipur University is steadily becoming a place of interest and place for successful international conferences, which Manipur University is hosting, I guess, for the third time. And my congratulations to the chairperson, to all the members of organizing committee, with another successful conference on physical education and sports science. The field is becoming more and more dynamic and approaching 2036, which may possibly become the year when India may host the Olympics, is even more important because each and every one present here, one way or another, will definitely contribute to that occasion. And let me say that this conference will obviously put some sort of a foundation stone to the developments towards that 2036 Olympics, whether India will be the host or will be a participant. But my hope obviously is that India will host the Olympics in 2036, which will be another glorious occasion. And congratulations to all of you, to all who contributed to the conference, that you are a part of this great process and a part of winning Team India in the future major sports competitions. Thank you, everyone, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Alexa, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, for your warm words and kind words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to hear from our esteemed chief guest, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Distinguished members on the dais, Professor Laxmikant Rathore, former Vice Chancellor, Palamuru University, Telangana, Professor Arjun Singh Rana, former Vice Chancellor, Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, Gujarat, Professor Premlata Maisnam, Dean School of Education, Manipur University, Dr. Piyush Jain, former Vice Chancellor, Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, Professor L. Thambal Singh, Head Department of Physical Education of Sports Science, Professor Alexa Krasil-Sikop, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, all the learned academics, scholars of physical education and the sports science from inside the state as well as outside the state and also from abroad, learned heads of different departments of the university, learned deans of different schools of studies of university, dear research scholars from Manipur University, distinguished invitees, friends from the media, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Manipur University, let me also extend my warm welcome to all the learned academics and delegates from inside and outside the country who have very kindly agreed to come to Manipur University and participate in the 3 days international conference on exploring current trends in physical education and the sports science, innovation, challenges and opportunities. All of us are aware that there has been a tremendous development in the field of technology. The recent advances in the field of technology, which are related with sports science, leading to technology-assisted systems of exercises, leading to technology-assisted systems of practicing in the field. The advancement in the field of research in the particular area of kinesiology as well as the biomechanics, recent advances in the field of sports medicine, all these advances and the developments have made it important and crucial for us to take up this initiative of organizing this international seminar for 3 days. All of us will have to update ourselves, upgrade our skill. We'll have to collaborate, because collaboration is one of the essential norms which leads to excellence because of the cross-cultural and cross-ideas, flow of ideas and information in different areas of researches in the field of sports science. I must congratulate Dr. Santosh. He is a person who has been doing very hard work for the university. He is a person who believes in some kind of perfection in whatever he has to do. And we are all impressed by the way that he has been trying to organize this international conference, as he has done it last year also, or I think it's before about 2 years back. So already there is a bound volume of some of the papers which are going to be presented, and he has also stated that some of the papers will be printed in a journal which has been indexed by the Web of Science. So it's a very, very impressive kind of a thing, and we have been extremely impressed by what has been done by the Department of Physical Education and Sports Science. Now, so far as the students of our university is concerned, the students from Manipur and the neighboring states, they have got the natural aptitude in terms of their physical compositions in the field of physical movements, in the field of athletics, and in the field of, sports science. Many of our athletes, many of our sports personalities, they have excelled. And sports, culture, and theater, these are 3 areas in which the Manipuris have excelled and they have reached the world class. I have no hesitation to say that many more students and many more academics and researchers from our university as well as a neighboring university will be able to excel, and they should be able to train and to encourage and to inspire our young students, young scholars, and young sports personalities to continue to work harder and come up at the global level. The 3 days seminar will see a very exciting discussions and deliberation on different aspects of the recent development in the field of physical education and sports science. And these 3 days should prove to be an occasion in which the young scholar should be able to open up their mind. They should be able to interact with the learned academics and say sports scientists who have come from different parts of the country as well as from abroad. They must try to establish the academic linkages with all of this, so that when they go back, our students should be able to continue, and they should continue to have that kind of a relationship for their future, say, academic pursuits. I would like to say that this international seminar should be one occasion which should be able to inspire a good number of people, a good number of our students from Manipur and the neighboring states, and it should prove to be a catalyst of, say, bringing about a sea change in the field of, say, physical education and sports science. With these words, I would like to thank the organizers once again for getting everything in tip-top, and for also, say, looking after our guest. And I would like to appeal to our guests from inside and outside the state to inform our, say, organizers if you have any kind of, say, problems in your stay or in your, say, conveyance, or any kind of problems that, say, you come across when you are staying in the state of Manipur. So thank you very much, and I wish the 3-day seminar a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, respected Chief Guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, and Chief Patron, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, for your encouraging and inspirational words. And thank you so much for being always the guiding force. Thank you so much. And now, may I have the honor to request Professor L. Thambal Singh, Head, Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, Manipur University, to address the gathering. Sorry, it's my mistake. Now I would like to request Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary, Physical Education, Foundation of India, PFI, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, my mentor, Dr. Arjun Singh Rana sir, Professor Lakshmi Kanji, our Madam Dean, speakers from Malaysia, and in front of this dais, there are so many laurels of the profession, Registrar from National Sports University, from LNCP, from Central University of Kashmir, from Puducherry University. So if we can say that in one word, that whole India top physical educationists are here. Dear friends, organizing conference is such a big task, and I congratulate organizing committee, especially L. Santosh Singh, for organizing such a wonderful, well-managed conference. And another important part, which I always prefer in the conference, that releasing of souvenir, releasing of papers. It's a very tough task for any organizer to release the book on time. So it's a huge congratulation, huge applaud for the organizing committee that they released the books before starting the conference. It's a proud moment for all of us. I will not take much time, but this is the platform where all the physical educationists, sports scientists are here. So I request to each and everyone that for the development of PE, as I am the representing here as a Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, which is the recognized body of the Government of India in the field of physical education. So it's a high time that India is bidding for the 2036 Olympic. And for sports, Olympic. And sports is not only played on the game, it's also played prepared in the classrooms also. So there is a need for the sports scientists, sports management experts, sports enthusiastic, sports engineer. And this is our work. This is the work of PE professionals. This is the work of sports scientists. So all are requested to come together and work for the development of PE so that when India will host the 2036 Olympics, that time we should also ready for giving our best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary Physical Education Foundation of India, PFI. And next, may I have the honor to request Professor Dr. Arjun Singh Rana, former Vice Chancellor, Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, Gujarat.
या देवी सर्वभूतेषु विद्यारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः खोयरुजारी कामदौरी मणिपुर गिमी सुसुनेरी सुयाम फाजेई Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor N. Lokendra Singh Ji, respected Organizing Secretary Dr. L. Santosh Singh Ji, Dean Madam, and all the organizing committee members, head of the Department of Manipur University, all the respected international speakers, my very old friend Dr. Alexander, my brother and the leader of PEFI, Dr. Piyush Jain Ji, Honorable Secretary Physical Education Foundation of India, all the respected sports academicians, sports coaches, and our dear young minds of this international conference. Greetings to everyone. Today, we have gathered to discuss a significant subject, that is the exploring current trends in physical education and sports sciences. Innovations, challenges, and opportunities. The contribution of sports in realizing the vision of Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat through sports. This is not just an idea, but the foundation of our nation's bright future. Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat and the role of sports was given the Sankalpana by our Honorable Prime Minister Param Shraddheya Shri Narendra Modi Ji, envisions India not only as an economical and cultural powerhouse, but also as a global leader in sports. Sports are not merely a source of entertainment, they are foundation for moral, ethical and mental development. Sports teaches us discipline, dedication, teamwork and leadership and relationships. To build a generation that is skilled, virtuous and principled, we must integrate sports as an integral part of education. Sports strengthens not only the body, but also keep the mind sharp and alert, so that our Ministry of Sports, Government of India, and our Honorable Minister of Sports, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji and his team, they are working round the clock 24/7 for the sports ecosystem in each and every corner of India. Second comes the Fit India movement and the sports education. The Fit India movement, initiated by our Prime Minister, is proof that the healthy citizens forms the foundation of a strong nation. Fitness is essential not just for the individual well-being, but also for the social and natural and national progress. By making physical education mandatory in schools and in universities, from KG to PG, we can build a strong, energetic and disciplined India. UGC's uniform sports curriculum is also taking steps in this direction. Implementation of a uniform sports curriculum in higher educational institutions will be a revolutionary step. It will ensure that every student becomes aware of the importance of sports and adopts a sporting spirit in his life. Olympic 2036 and the maximum medals in international sports, that the India is dreaming to host the 2036 Olympics and making it an historical event. To achieve this goal, we must start working systematically from now, from today onwards. We need to identify sports talent at the grassroots level, provide world-class training facilities, and offer an international level of coaching. Our objective should be to minimize our performance ratio in downfall and to maximize India's medal tally in the Olympics and other global competitions. Now, emerging technologies in the sports training and performance analysis. Today is the era of technology. Cutting-edge innovations are transforming through sports training and performance analysis. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, that is AI, the virtual reality, VR, and the biomechanics, bioanalytics, and they have revolutionized the player's performance enhancement chart. The smart sensors and high-speed cameras also help to analyze every moment and the movement of the athletes and identifying their weaknesses and the area of improvement. To ensure the best performance in Olympic 2036, we must integrate these advanced technologies into our training centers. Research and investment in sports science and sports technology must be prioritized. Collaboration of technology in sports will definitely boost the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 with the perfect blend of ancient Indian sports to the modern sports. Inclusive and equitable physical education programs. Our goal is not just to win the medals, but to cultivate a sports culture across the country. We must ensure that the sports education is free from gender, social and economical disparities. Every child, regardless of their background, should have equal opportunities. Special sports programs, physical education programs should be organized for women, differently abled individuals, and underprivileged sections so that they can also nurture their talents. Strategies we have to build to prevent the sports-related injuries also, to protect them from the injuries are the significant concern. Hence, we must focus on the sports medicine, sports physiotherapy, yoga, and proper nutrition. Coaches and trainers must be well versed in modern medical knowledge to provide the best training. It is our duty to ensure that our athletes remain safe and healthy to deliver their best performance and the peak performance. The role of the physical activities and the physical literacy in addressing the global health issues are today the world is struggling with obesity, heart diseases, diabetes, and the mental stress. Sports and physical activities are the powerful solutions to these problems. If we engage in a regular physical activities, we cannot only stay fit, but also become mentally stronger. We must promote sports and yoga throughout the society so that people adopt them as part of their lifestyle. In my conclusion part, as we work towards the vision of Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat through sports, we must ensure that sports are not just a means of competition, but an integral part of our lifestyle. We must prioritize the sports at the national level, provide all necessary support to athletes, and to make continuous effort to bring them success at the international platforms. I am sure that the efforts taken by the Manipur University will definitely spread the awareness of sports and भारतीय परंपरा के खेलों को अवश्य बढ़ावा देगी और एक नए और विकसित भारत का निर्माण फिजिकल एजुकेशन और स्पोर्ट्स साइंस के माध्यम से साकार होगा. I congratulate Honorable Vice Chancellor of Manipur University and the entire organizing committee and the Department of Physical Education for taking this initiative and to provide such platform to the participants to exchange their thoughts, the research outcomes, and the new insights at international level. I appeal to all the participants and young talents to join the hands together for the development of physical education and sports science to fulfill the dream of our beloved Prime Minister, Param Shraddheya Narendra Modi ji, to make Bharat Vishwaguru with the help of sports. Our goal is clear: maximum international medals, succeeding successful hosting the 2036 Olympics, utilization of the modern sports technologies, inclusive sports education and the physical education, and a healthy and disciplined India. Let's all come together to realize this grand vision and make India a global leader in sports. हमें खेलकूद और क्रीड़ा के माध्यम से हमारे खिलाड़ियों को, हमारे विद्यार्थियों को चारित्रवान, गुणवान, बलवान और राष्ट्रवादी बनाना है. In my last words, Vande Mataram to all, Bharat Mata ki Jai, Jai Hind, Yai fair, Yai fair, Yai fair.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Arjun Singh Rana, former Vice Chancellor, Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, Gujarat, for his remarkable speech. And we deeply appreciate your thoughtful gesture of opening in Manipuri, a true mark of respect for our culture. Thank you so much. Bahut bahut dhanyabad. And up next, may I have the privilege to request former Vice Chancellor, Palamuru University, Telangana, Senior Professor Lakshmikant Rathore to address the gathering.
Very good morning to you all. Respected today's chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the prestigious Manipur Central University, Professor N. Lokendra Singh Ji, and Dean, School of Education, Premlata SM Madam, our another guest, Professor Arjun Singh Rana Ji, former Vice Chancellor, Swarnam University, and my good friend, Professor Piyush Jain Ji, and Professor Tambal Singh Ji, Head Department of Physical Education of this university, and the main person behind this conference organizing. He has taken a pain to organize this 3-day international conference at Central University of Manipur, Sri Santosh Singh Ji, and his team mentors, Shanti Kumar, Nidhi Chand Singh Ji, and many other stalwarts. What Piyush Jain said, the many stalwarts sitting off the dais. Professor Rajesh Kumar is the founder, president of many organizations, and my good friend, Professor Kokab Azim Ji, he worked many years in Saudi Arabia, and he came back to India for nation first, then other. He worked now he joined in Kashmir Central University, and Professor Ilay Rajagaru and another two stalwarts sitting on the dais, one, Professor Alex, Professor Gary, and Ilay Rajagaru, and the top one coach, Sri Dattagaru, and Shambhu, and many others sitting off the dais, and research scholars, and physical education fraternity. I welcome you all. It gives me immense pleasure. First of all, I congratulate all of you. You are selected a physical education profession. Physical education profession is a noble profession. I love this profession. This profession made me the highest position as became a Vice Chancellor. Really, physical education profession is a noble profession. Once again, I congratulate all of you and my wholehearted. Being a Dean Faculty of Education, Osmania University and Shatavana University, and former Vice Chancellor of Palamuru University, I welcome you all for this 3-day international conference on exploring current trends in physical education and sports science, innovations, challenges, and opportunities. To organized by the Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, and sponsored by ICSSR New Delhi and co-partners of FICCI, General Secretary is sitting on the dais, and my good friend sitting off the dais, Professor Rajesh Kumar, is the International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association. The three organizations are come together and organizing this mega event in Central University of Manipur. Today we stand the crossroads of an existing era in physical education and sports science. The landscape of these fields in involving rapidly driven by innovations, new challenges, and abundance of opportunities that have the potential to shape the future of fitness, well-being, and athletics performance. In recent years, innovation has been at the forefront of physical education and sports science technology, such as wearable devices, performance tracking, apps, and advanced biometrics has revolutionized the way we measure and enhance athletics performance. Data analytics and now enable coaches to tailor training and individual athletics, optimizing results and minimizing injuries, risk, virtual and augmented related, also making views, offering immense training experiences to push the boundaries of traditional practice. However, with innovation comes challenges. One of the primary obstacle is ensuring equal access to these advanced tools or technologies we are using. While elite athletes may have the resources to benefit our cutting-edge equipments, schools and community programs offerings struggle to integrate these advancements. Additionally, the rapid paces of change present a change of educators and professionals to stay current with the latest developments. While the world of physical education and sports science face challenges, the opportunities for growth and improvement are immense. By embracing innovations, addressing disparities, and adapting to the changes needs to our communities, we can ensure that sports and physical education remain powerful tools for health, empowerment, and achievement in these years to come. You know very well regarding the sports, I can proudly announce that physical education profession, I already told the physical education profession is a noble profession. We love each other and we love any community, caste, religion. We are avoid all those things and love each one to our nation and our area of profession. So once again, I am very much thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, Sri Yogender Singh Ji Garu, and Dean Madam. They have taken a pain to organize this international conference. It is not easy, Madam. We know we are, myself and Professor Rajesh Kumar and Kokab Azim, we are organizing many conferences in not only in India, in abroad also. How much pain to take to organize these conferences in one place, it is very difficult to organize. Really, you are supporting to physical education profession. We are very on behalf of entire physical education profession. We are thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Dean Madam and his entire team, including Registrar also. And once again, I congratulate the whole team of Department of Physical Education, Central University of Manipur. They have taken a pain to organize this seminar in this campus, prestigious campus. Once again, I thank one and all wholeheartedly. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, Senior Professor Lakshmikant Rathore, Former Vice Chancellor, Palamuru University, Telangana, for your inspiring words. And may I now invite our respected President of today's opening ceremony, Professor Premlata Maishnam, Dean School of Education, Manipur University, to deliver the presidential address.
Namapu Kurumzari. I'm really enchanted by the way of introducing this 3-day international seminar organized by Physical Education and Sports Sciences. I'm very thankful to all the organizing committee and most importantly, organizing secretary, Dr. Santosh Singh, for making this event possible here in the campus of Manipur University. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Senior Professor Laxmikant Rathore, Professor Arjun Singh Rana, Dr. Piyush Jain, Professor L. Thambal Singh, Professor Alexer, and distinguished high studies, faculty members of Manipur University, distinguished invitees, and significantly, I would like to welcome all the eminent experts, subject resource persons from all over India and from outside. Actually, let me express my, my gratitude to all the faculty members of this department, Physical Education and Sports Sciences. I think among the 5 schools of education, there are 5 departments in School of Education. This Physical Education department is, all the faculty members are very cooperative and helpful. They would like to help one another. That is why they are able to make this event possible. They are able to bring such a great, conference in the inside Manipur University. As we all know that this seminar conference play a crucial role in academic, professional, and personal development. This conference is not just a gathering or meeting of professionals, these academicians and research scholars. It is a platform for collaboration, innovation, and this progress. These discussions, not only enlighten all of us, but it will pave the way for transforming aspect in all aspects, in all fields. And I would like to encourage and every one of the delegates, all the participants to take the opportunity, to take the advantage of this platform. We should not think only for certificate. We should take the opportunity of networking and interactive, and we should try to involve in all the discussions, rigorous interaction with the eminent personalities of India and abroad. And finally, I would like to take this opportunity for a hearty thanks for inviting me as the president of this 3-day international seminar, and I'm wishing you a productive and interactive conference. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Premlata Maishnam, Dean School of Education, Manipur University, for that heartfelt presidential speech of today's function. And as we conclude the inaugural function of this conference, may I have the honor to request Professor L. Thambal Singh, Head, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University, Chairman, Organizing Committee, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A lovely and a warm morning to our most valued and worthy guests, Management Committee, respected faculty members, and distinguished and beloved friends. It is a matter of pride, and I'm proposing the vote of thanks on behalf of the Organizing Committee for this inaugural ceremony of 3-day international conference on exploring current trends in physical education and sports science, innovation, challenges, and opportunities. Firstly, on behalf of the Organizing Committee, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University, I want to spread my most sincere thanks to the Almighty God for such an invaluable organization. I'm pleased to thank our chief guest just minutes before he left, namely Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor Manipur University, who is sparing his vital time from his busy schedule to grace this international conference. Really, sir, he always encourages us to make such invaluable academic programs happen in our university in different departments. Thank you, sir, so much for your kindness and dynamism. I would like to thank today's president, namely Professor Premlata Maishnam, Dean School of Education, Manipur University, for her encouraging and endless support to organize such mega event in the Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, Manipur University. Thank you, madam. It makes me a happy to extend the sincere thanks to guests of honor today's, namely Professor Laxmikant Rathore, former Honorable Vice Chancellor, Palamuru University, Telangana, for accepting to be with us in this conference. Thank you, sir. It's nice to acknowledge and grateful to Professor Arjun Sinha Rana, former Honorable Vice Chancellor, Swarnim, Gujarat Sports University, Gujarat, for his warm acceptance as a keynote speaker of this international conference. Thank you, sir. We are very much fortunate and highly feel happy to Dr. Piyush Jain, National Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, PEFI, New Delhi. Since the attachment of PEFI with Manipur, he has been encouraging and helping a lot for PEFI Manipur Chapter 2. We are very much thankful to you, sir, for being with us. It is also a great matter to thank Professor Alexander Krasilnikov, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, for associating with us at this conference again. Last time also, sir, visited at the international conference had in our university. Then I'm pleased he is not here. I'm pleased to share a gratitude to the Registrar Manipur University for tremendous support to bring this international conference today. I'm pleased to give a big thanks to all the invited international and national speakers who will be contributing invaluable knowledge and insightful thoughts in this conference in different sessions. It is essential to acknowledge and thank to all the distinguished exponents from different countries and across the country, from the states too, who are coming down in this Manipur University to participate and make a grand success event. I'm very pleased and grateful to all the participants from the different state universities to make a grand and a successful organization of this conference. Thanks to all the local delegates and the participants. For us, I would like to thanks to all the faculties, especially Register National Sports University, faculties of this National Sports University and the faculties from the Dhanmanjuri University, scholars and the students. Thanks to all the faculties, head of departments of different departments of this university. Sincere thanks to all the international and the National Advisory Committee members, organizing committee members for fulfilling this conference as successful. To organize, the organizing committee is offering a sincere thanks to and gratitude to the ICSSR, Indian Council of Social Science Research, New Delhi, for sponsoring and supporting this mega event to happen in our university. Sincere acknowledgement is placed to the PAFI Manipur chapter and the International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Lakshmi Bai National Institute of Physical Education, Residence Center Guwahati, Tribal Research Institute, Government of Manipur, for cooperating us to organize this mega event in our university. I extend my sincere thanks to all the print and electronics media personnel for expanding the entire coverage of this conference. Different sections of the Manipur University and the faculties, different other teaching, non-teaching staffs also cooperating us to have this organization successfully. Lastly, I, on behalf of the organizing committee, have a grateful thanks to Dr. L. Santosh Singh, the organizing secretary, for initiating and taking the very painful journey. And he is taking the pivotal role for organizing this international conference in our department, Manipur University. He is having the lots of the potentiality to have such organization in our university. And we are very much grateful and thanks to Dr. Santosh. Finally, I once again thanks to all the known and unknowns, the persons coming over here for participating in this organization, international conference. And yes, we have enough time. This is 3-day international conference. We are having enough time to have the different interaction, and we will be known by one each other by the time. So I once again thanks to all for making this conference a grand success. Have a very nice and a wonderful conference. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words of gratitude. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short break, tea break. Please join us for refreshments before we resume with the keynote speech and plenary session at 12 noon. And before we depart, would like to request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. Thank you so much, everyone. With that, we officially conclude the inaugural function. Thank you all for your presence and participation. Wishing you an enriching and productive conference ahead. Pumnamakpu Kurumjari. Thank you so much.
Hello. Good afternoon. So I request all the delegates, please occupy your seat. Then we have to go to plenary session number 1. In the plenary session number 1, we have 3 speakers. After the 3 speakers, we have the lunch break. Then we have the altogether plenary sessions 3. For first plenary sessions, I request all the delegates, those who are staying outside the hall, please enter inside the hall, occupy your seat. And we're going to start our plenary session number 1. Once again, all the delegates, those who are standing outside the hall, please enter the hall. We're going to start plenary session number 1. After the plenary session number 1, we have to start again. So we have so many programs today, we have to complete all the plenary session. That's why please come inside the hall, please.
जीवन तो देख लिए काम इतना điểm giá con phải xử lý cái này là tính người Pati ya? Pati? Oh, Pati. Pati, podium je. Podium je kita biasa lo hayo.
Check. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to request all of you who are outside and also who are standing to please settle down as we will be starting with our plenary session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished delegates, it is an honor to welcome you all to this highly anticipated plenary session of the 3-day international conference on exploring current trends in physical education and sports science, innovation, challenges, and opportunities. This plenary session makes a pivotal moment in our conference, bringing together the brightest minds to explore new perspectives, challenge ideas, and inspire actions. Your presence here is a testament to the collective commitment to progress and collaboration. As we embark on today's discussion, we are privileged to have with us a panel of esteemed leaders who bring a wealth of knowledge, expertise, and vision to the table. Leading this session with great insight and experience I would like to take the time to introduce our chairman, Dr. Leshram Dibamani Singh, Registrar, National Sports University, with an outstanding track record as an athlete in his time and has been instrumental in driving innovation, shaping policies and fostering collaboration across the field of education. We're honored to have him guiding today's discussion. Sir, if you are here, would you like to come up here? We would like to honor you with our Lengangpi. Dr. Leshram Dibamani Singh, Registrar, National Sports University. He have an outstanding track record as an athlete in his time and has been instrumental in driving innovation, shaping policies, and fostering collaboration across the field of physical education. We're honored to have him guiding today's discussion. I would like to call upon Dr. Maibam Nodia Chansing, Associate Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University, to hand out the Lengangpi. Please join me in welcoming our chairman for this session. Thank you very much. Supporting and adding further thoughts to this session, we have our co-chairman, Dr. Mando Barrow, Assistant Professor and Director in Charge, Center for Studies in Physical Education and Sports, Dibrugarh University. Sir, if you are here, please kindly come up on the stage and take your chair. Dr. Mando Barrow, Assistant Professor and Director in Charge, Center for Studies in Physical Education and Sports, Dibrugarh University. He brings a unique perspective and extensive expertise in sports training and coaching. We look forward to his insights throughout the session. Thank you so much. Now I take this time to introduce our distinct keynote speakers for the plenary session. First of all, Dr. Kaukeb Azim, Associate Professor and Director of Sports, Kashmir University. Sir, if you're here. We have three speakers for the hour, our keynote speakers. First of all, Dr. Kaukeb Azim, Associate Professor and Director of Sports, Kashmir University. Thank you. I would like to call upon Dr. Maibam Nodia Chansing, Associate Professor of Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, to do the honor.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first plenary session of the conference. I think there is 3 papers in this session. So,
secondly, I would like to call upon the next panelist, Dr. Pradeep Dutta, Senior Scientist in Sports Authority, India, Kerala.
So our first presenter is Dr. Kautub Azim. So his topic is career opportunities in physical education and sports.
And our third panelist, we have Dr. Romeo Mite, Teaching Faculty Department of Teacher Education, Manipur University.
So each participant will be given 10 minutes for presentation, followed by question answer session for about 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chairman, co-chairman, and the distinguished speakers of the hour. We encourage you to engage, ask questions, and make the most of this opportunity to connect with our fellow professional. Once again, welcome, and we look forward to an inspiring session ahead. Thank you very much. Now I give the time to our chairman and co-chairman. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Respected Professor N. L. Singhji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Professor Premlata, Madam Dean, School of Education, Manipur University, Professor Lakshmikant Rathorji, the former Vice Chancellor of Palumuri University, Professor Dr. Arjun Singh Ranaji, the former Vice Chancellor, Gujarat Sports University, Dr. Piyush Jain Ji, Secretary, Physical Education Foundation, Professor L. Thambal Singh Ji, Head Department of Physical Education, Professor Alexander from Malaysia, Professor Rajesh Kumar Ji, my friend, Professor Santosh Singh Ji, the Organizing Secretary, the Chairperson, and dear delegates and friends. I take an immense pleasure to be part of this wonderful conference, and I like to thank Professor Santosh Singh Ji for inviting in this wonderful conference. I like to cut and short because due to the time, 15 minutes, right, sir? 10 minutes, okay. So I have to cut short. So career in physical education. There are a lot of myths and problems for the students when they start their career. So they have to understand in early stage that what they have to do, they should be very clear in their understanding. So physical education is one of the developing fields of education study as well as the profession. Physical education comprises the knowledge and study of all body activities and psychomotor activities during the playing and movement. Several institutes in India offer degree courses in physical education based on the merit of the candidates. The graduates are employed in several areas such as health, clubs, corporate teams, schools, colleges, and universities. And you can see these are the courses offered in India and also other parts of the countries. CPEd, DPEd, BP, BSc, BP, BPEd, MPE, MPEd, MSc, MPhil, PhD, and DLIT and DS. So these are the courses offered, and students has to choose from best universities, best colleges, so that you can get opportunities easily. When you say that I'm from this university, so it has a brand, and they know that from which university you have done and what is your caliber. Then we have higher education. When you want to become assistant professor, you have to clear your NET and JRF and so on. And these are the discipline of exercises science, like sports science, exercise physiology, kinesiology, sports medicine, sports biomechanics, sports psychology, sports management, and sociology of sports. And jobs, what are the jobs in India? We are having director of physical education, deputy director, assistant director, professors, assistant professors, associate, sports officers, physical education teacher, and trainers. What are the jobs in foreign countries? Many students, they come and ask, sir, how we can get a job in foreign countries? So educational qualifications, they see your master's, bachelor's, PhD for assistant professor with minimum 3 years of experience. It depends on the university. And fluence in English. If you want to go abroad, you have to take some courses in English. Your accent should be strong. And then you should go for TOEFL, coaching certificate from authorized international organizations like top class universities, research publication Web of Science as a single author and co-author. If you're having a single author, it shows your command on your research. And nowadays, like third or fourth and fifth. But if you want to go in the foreign, you need to be in the first author or second author. And then you should have a good citations in Google Scholar, ResearchGate, and also in Web of Science. Books with ISSN number appear on Amazon. If you're writing books, it should be on Amazon. And these are the sports career options. You can become coach, umpire, referee, professional players, sports and leisure club managers, administrations, sports and business marketing, sports journalism, sports photojournalism, television channels like Sports Stars, and so these areas you can get jobs in foreign as well as in India. And you can see a vast, there is a scope, and you have to take from early, like when you are doing bachelor's, you should know that which courses you are going to do, and you should become a major and professional in that field. So you can see the career in sports, what can I be? You can choose from yourself. Then you can see we are having total, according to the UGC 2025, we have state universities 479, deemed university to be deemed 138, central universities 57, and private university 5. So you have a lot of opportunities if you find jobs and always you see for the advertisements, you will get a lot of opportunities. And these are the universities, our students, they want to be well versed, like Indira Gandhi Institute, Amity School, Lakshmi Bai National Institute of Gavalia, University College of Bangalore, YMCA, Tamil Nadu Sports University, Swin Gujarat Sports University, National Sports University, Delhi University, Punjab University. And also in Telangana, they are having a proposal to start a sports university in Telangana. And if you want to see QS ranking, you can go through this. Loughborough in UK, Australia, Canada, you can see all these top universities in the world. And with your minimum qualifications, whatever, you need some courses you have to do from USA or from UK or Australia. It will give a more edge when you go for jobs like ACSM, American College of Sports Medicine. And you have a lot of, choice. You can like physical trainer, or clinical exercise physiologist, inclusive fitness trainer. So these courses will help you to get a job. And also from NSCA, National Strength and Conditioning, you can take these courses are one of the best courses in the world. Certified Strength and Conditioning Specialist, NSCA, personal trainer, and special population. This is very, very important nowadays. And tactical strength and conditioning facilitator. And then we have, everybody knows about NIS, and they are also, giving these courses, MSc Sports Coaching, Postgraduate Diploma in Sports Medicine, certificate courses in sports coaching, diploma in sports coaching, skill development courses. And diploma in the following. I have to rush because I have to complete in time. So a career in physical education sports is a unique occupation. Sports achievements bring laurels, name and fame to the family, state and organization. Sportsman gets highest respect and love in the society. Whatever you do, When a sportsman gets gold medal, silver medal, he is recognized very fast. International introduction physical education sports as a subject from the grassroots of the children right from the primary school, which is very, very important. Review of physical education curriculum to meet the high standard and high quality of teaching such as European and American standards. Implement strong sporting system to identify talented athletes and groom them by giving admission in the sports schools from the right age and also offer them good scholarships and package. When we were in Rai Saab, Rathore Saab, myself, we were in China during 2008 Olympics. So we went through Nanjing sports coaching, and there are 72 sports universities. They are training their kids from 4 years and getting medals what age? 15 years, 14 years. Our students, they are entering at the age of 15 years. So this is the gap we are having. So we have to start sports coaching universities to train our athletes. Support of medical problems, sports injuries, medicines, medical operations and rehabilitation. Support is very important for athletes. Attractive packages for outstanding sportsmen and women in government and private sectors. Parents and society needs to change their attitude towards physical education and sports to encourage their children to take physical education as a sports as a career. Not by force, but by as a choice. Thank you very much.
So let us move on to the question and answer session. 2 to 3 minutes. Any questions, please?
Oh, hello. Oh, good afternoon, sir. It's me, Somer Sankhil, from second semester Department of Physical Education and Sports Science. Sir, my questions arise is like in other department, if you want to pursue a further career abroad, now let's say in Ivy League, they have lots of scholarship if you want to do a master and if you want to do a PhD. So does it apply same to a physical education? Suppose after completing my BPED or MPED, if I want to do a PhD in abroad, or if I have completed BP or BPED, and if I want to continue the master studies in abroad, so which university will be based and what are the scholarship that we can apply as a student, to go abroad and experience and learn about the cultures and activities of other university, and that we can come back and implement that innovations in our state or in our country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Actually, first of all, you have to see the approved list in India. If you take your courses from unapproved, then you will never get a job in India or abroad. So you have to see that these universities are approved. For example, in Saudi Arabia, whenever we send our teaching assistant to USA, we have seen the Saudi Arabian list or approved list of the universities, and then we send to them. Number one. Number two, you have to see the QS ranking of the universities. If they are less than 100, if you have done you will get jobs easily in the Gulf. But if you are doing from more than 1,000 or 2,000, then it's very difficult for you to get the job. So whenever you go, you have to see the QS ranking of the universities. If they are less than 100, you have a better chance to get the jobs in the Gulf and other universities. Thank you.
Any other question?
Sir. Mike.
Mike.
Question from students. Your presentation was very good. Question from student was how we can get the scholarship to enter in the these universities, lower and some other universities. Is there any options available with the government of India or any universities or any schemes from the government of India, those who can provide the financial assistance for the students, those who completed their master's degree and they want to go abroad for the further study?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this point, in my state, in Telangana, they are supporting the students to go for masters, and the state government is giving them, supporting them. For some states, they give match this one fee. Student has to pay 50%, like so on. So different states, I believe, they have a different procedures and they have to follow. And in my state, in Telangana, yes, there are the government is giving to the students to go for abroad, and later on they can pay back to the government. Thank you.
I think the present question is not under the...
Sir, I would like to add, if you allow.
Yeah.
And I request to all the students, those who want to pursue the PhD or doctorate from the abroad university, there is a scheme called Human Resource Development Scheme in the Government of India, Ministry of Youth and Sports. And their universities, which are told that QS ranking and the subject-wise universities is identified by the Government of India, Ministry of Youth and Sports. List is there on ministry website. And also they invite the proposals from the people like students of master's degree for the PhD in these universities. And they're funding almost 10, 12 students every year funding from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. for the further study in PhD. So you can go in the Ministry of Youth and Sports website and you can search the human resource development schemes in sports. That will also help. Thank you, sir.
I think the question was not directly under the scope of the present topic. Anyway, thank you for your question and answers given by Dr. Jain also.
Thank you.
So any other questions? Then thank you, Dr. Azim.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So our next speaker is Dr. Pradip Datta. And his presentation is titled Performance Management in Football. So, Dr. Pradip Datta, please. So, once again, I repeat, each presenter will have 10 minutes for presentation, followed by 2 to 3 minutes of question and answer session. So with the permission of the organizing committee, the presenter requested for some more minutes in presenting the paper. So if organizing committee is okay, then I will permit it. I may permit.
I think this is relevant. Which one?
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable chairpersons and vice chairpersons, my dear colleagues, okay, straight coming to my topic. Thank you very much for having me in this seminar. I just wanted to share, 2 years back, I was deputed for the high performance analysis cells of Khelo India. I was basically entrusted to create a model for the Khelo India Games, for Khelo India performance management systems. During that time, I had worked into this aspect. I thought that now I'm happy that at least the concept which was put up as an head of high performance analysis cells, it is adapted into the Khelo India. So I thought that this will be the best platform to work, and that too Manipur is a state where football is very popular, Okay, let's come back to the football mode first. For 2 minutes. Sound is not there. Okay. Okay, now let us come into the model which I had presented during the course of my duty with the Khelo India. See, you know that high performance during the course of the time, right from the 19th century till 20th and 21st century, there is an evolution. You know. Almost all the sports has evolved from amateur level to the professionals level. Right? At this point of time, there was a time gradually when only the player is to play. Then after that, if you see the evaluation of the high performance system, then people started thinking that there is a need of a coach. Then what happened? One coach was kept. Then after that, again, people started realizing that one coach is not enough. There is a need of an assistant coach, goalkeeper coach, and other coaches. Again, in the course of time, what has happened? People started thinking that apart from the coaching, there is a need of, there are certain things like health issues are also there. Then afterwards, what happened? They started inducting the doctors, physiotherapists, then athletic trainers. Then next, in the course of the time, again, what happened? They started thinking that sports need physical prowess. The physical fitness is very important, especially in the American football. Due to that, in 1978, National Strength and Conditioning Association had emerged. Okay? Now, let us see how this is the model I've told you. This is the core of this high performance model is basically the high performance directors. High performance directors are the core aspect there. They should be a coach. They should not be an administrator. They should be a coach, and they must know the game for which he is working as a high performance director. He is basically assisted by an high performance manager. He is assisted by high performance manager. Then it is just an integrated team. This is basically a high performance unit. It is basically interdisciplinary team. In HPM, you have got a head coach, you have got a physiologist, you have got a biomechanist, you have sports psychologist, you have sports nutritionist, you have strength and conditioning expert, you have medical directors, you have data scientist and performance analyst, sports biochemist, and sports management, that is athlete, what do you call, ARMs. They work like a managers. This is nothing, this model is nothing, it is just a high performance unit. And in this high performance unit, what happened? Almost all the groups, they work together as a teams in order to have the best product, that is the performance of the athlete. Now, the Aristotle had told that whole is greater than the sum of parts. That means whole of this entire integrated system is nothing. It is but just the performance of the athletes. Now see this, because you know, in order to evolve any sports, in order to develop any sports, you have to take the help of the federations. That's very important. Now what happened? HPD will have a direct connection with technical director of All India Football Federation, because you have to link. Any sports cannot exist without cordial relations with the federations. So HPD is the man who will coordinate with the All India Football Federations, right? During our times, now whatever I am presenting, this thing is also endorsed by SAI as well as All India Football Federation. Now see, there's a model, you know, high performance model right from the down, how the sports could move, you know. The balanced and integrated funding and the structure of mass and elite sports by Sports Authority of India and Ministry of Youth and Sports. And we feel that we are from the physical education fraternity, right? Government should come up with lot of activities so far as physical education and community coaching is concerned in order to strengthen the broad base, wherein what happened basically the grassroots talent can be identified. Next, for football, I have told you, not for football, for any sports, you have to have collaboration with the federation. That's very, very important. Otherwise, you cannot grow alone. Because under Olympic Charter, Sports Authority of India or the government is just a supporting organizations. We are just supporting. We cannot have direct intervention into the development of a game in the country, you know. So next one is educational, scientific, medical, and promotional support by Sports Authority of India. You know that Sports Authority of India is having different schemes. We have Target Olympic Podium schemes, we have Khelo India schemes, we have National Center of Excellence, and at this point of time, we have 23 National Center of Excellence, which is wherein we have a complete setup, which I have told just now, in 23 National Center of Excellence. And nowadays, there was a time that when there was a concept of the national camp. But now, at this point of time, these 23 NCOs are basically a decentralized national camp. They are getting almost all the facilities which they have or they used to have during the national camp. So the concept, so far as Sai, Khelo India, the government is concerned, the concept is basically a decentralized national camps now. Next, you see the system of the competition. You know the development can never ever happen without the competitions. The structure of competition is basically designed by SAI and All India Football Federation. Basically, it is done by the Football Federation, but SAI as a supporting organizations, what happened, we tied up, like in Khelo India also, we have 3 NCOs under the jurisdiction of the Trivandrum Regional Centers. We have 3 NCOs for the football. One is definitely Manipur, Imphal, second one is Guwahati, and third one is Trivandrum. So from our office in particular, we tie up with the All India Football Federation so that the SAI team can play, in all the national championship. And very soon, in the executive body meeting of All India Football Federation, it is decided that Sports Authority of India play like a state in all national championship. Next one is the training centers. I have told you that we have National Center of Excellence, wherein two different types of athletes. One is Khelo India athlete, those who get the scholarships, and second one, those who don't get the scholarship, but they get nearly 6.5 lakhs rupees for their development, apart from the foreign exposure. Next one is the talent identification and development. See, in Khelo India, we have got a process. There is 3 basic committees which basically select the talents. One is HPC committee, high power committee. Under high power committee, we have a TIDC committee. And this TIDC committee's members are sent to different competition from where they select the talent. Then after selection of the talent, they bring it for an assessment camp. It is 6-7 days, wherein apart from the game in particular, almost all the sports science evaluations are basically done in order to take a decision whether they should be inducted into the scheme or not. And the last one, advanced support to the participants, is basically given by SAI and All India Football Federation. Next, you see in the testing process, because in the process of the development, the performance management plays a very, very important role. Right? When the government is spending money, the coaches are devoting their time, the performance management is very important. The first process is, these are the testing process. These are the testing process. First, you have the goal setting, then testing design. Then after that, you have to take the test. After that, you have analyze the result. Then send the report. Then after that, what happens? You have to give the training. There are basically 7 verticals which has to be followed. And you know that goal setting is very important. Goal setting is very important for any sport. Next is periodic evaluations. So these are the 7 verticals. I'll discuss one by one. Now, first things, in order to understand the development process, we have to understand the game. It's very important to understand the physical and the physiological demand of the game. And performance in football depends on basically physiological factor, tactical factor, technical factors, and the psychological factors. These 4 factors are very important for the development of football in particular. Now see, the testing design, it is basically based on the key performance indicators. And you know these days, football has become a market, right? It is a financial market. People basically pour a lot of money for the development, and the basic objective is to win the league or win the championship. Like from this corporate field, in order to evaluate the performance of a manager, they develop key performance indicators. In a similar way, for the development of a football players also, we need to have key performance indicators. Now see here, key performance indicators are what? We have, in order to play football, we have to have the balancing ability, we have to have agility, we have to have force development, that means strength, we have to have sprint capacities, we have to have high intensity intermittent exercise. The football is not a continuous sport, right? In between and football actions, you have got you don't know how much will be the recovery. Okay? So high intensity intermittent exercise. And next one is intermittent endurance capacity. So these are the key performance indicators, which in order to play footballs, we must develop all these 6 aspects. Now, in order to assess these 6 aspects, this is the physical aspect, you see these are the position-specific key performance indicators. Right? These KPIs you can see, these are the key performance indicators when in the course of the development, each and every, this is for the center back. You see for the center back, apart from the physical abilities, for the tactical we have got vision, organization, communication, passing. Then technical in defending, you have tackles, defensive, header, pressing, opposition, interception. Likewise, you have to assess their technical ability, the way they pass, where they head the ball, running with the ball, support play, dribbling, crossing, shooting. These all are the key performance indicators. Every coach, in order to assess the performance, they must know what to see. That's very important because there are basically difference between the facts and the opinions. Many of the time, we just generalize that he is good, he is bad. But if you ask specifically, with reference to key performance indicators, they may not be that good. So for all position specific, it is all key performance indicators are position specific. So I will not go in details. For all, we have created key performance indicators. Next one is, to start with the first vertical, is basically the goal setting. This goal setting for a sport is very important, especially in the high performance management system. Especially in the measurable sports, it is very easy. Statistically, like smallest worthwhile change, at least 2% of the standard deviations, you can calculate. See, a meaningful change in the performance can be determined by calculating the smallest worthwhile changes, 2% of the standard deviation, if it is a measurable things, right? That will give a goal in front of an athlete that within this much of time, I have to improve at least 2% of my performance. Okay? Next, you can see the data, the way we have to do the analysis, right? Jump height and what is their goal. The player must know, because in the modern performance system, you must give ownership to the players. The players must know what they are doing and what they have to do it. You have to create a goal in front of them. See, you are doing this much, but you have to, within this period, you have to develop this much. So this way we used to create data collections, because these are measurable things. You can calculate the smallest worthwhile change in order to create a goal in front of them, the way they should perform within the stipulated period of time. Next is, I'm just giving the data presentations. You can see the green one, it is the targeted norms, right? Norms based on the score. How much green they have to achieve and what they have scored. In this, you can see he is like poor in flexibility. Then he has to improve in intense, intermittent exercise capacity. He has to improve his sprint. He has to improve his agility. He has to improve his explosive power. So likewise, you can create a rudder chart with reference to the goal. they must know, because you have to sit with the athlete to tell what is your goal. Now, at this point of time, your performance is this. Within the stipulated times, I want that we have to improve up to this level. You have to give a goal, because in life, if the goal is not there, objectives are not theirs, you cannot pull on. So this way, you can create the things. So likewise, you can see in the 5-point scale, the norms are created. According to that, you can see the Gokul, that yellow one, he's very good in explosive power. He is satisfactory in balance. In the flexibility, he is very good, but poor in intermittent endurance capacity and intense intermittent exercise capacities. Next is the testing design. All the test has to be sport specific. There was a time we used to use Cooper test, we used to use 2.4 kilometers, then we used to use multi-stages BIP test. But in football, what happened? The BIP, it is because in the football, people came to know that we don't run continuous. In between the high intensity runs, you have got a recovery. And on that basis, in the University of Copenhagen, Dr. Jan Banksbo has created the yo-yo test. The yo-yo test is basically 3 different types: yo-yo endurance test, yo-yo intermittent endurance test, and third one is yo-yo intermittent recovery test. There are 3 forms, level 1 and level 2. Next is balance test, flexibility test. Next, you have test for the linear sprint test. In football, one speed doesn't matter. How you maintain the speed that matters in between 2 football actions. So you have to select a test which basically measures the specifies of the game. That's very important. So we have the curve test, we have short dribbling test. These all tests are basically validated by FIFA. In all FIFA and AFC courses, these tests are basically taught. Next, you have the vertical jump with the force platform, counter jumping. So these are the different tests: arrowhead agility test, short dribbling test. Okay. Next vertical is the data collection. You can collect the data, right? You can compare between the first quarter, second quarter for almost all the things in order to ascertain up to what extent you have improved. Next is the data analysis. See, you can analyze this. See the Alkesh Raj, that boy, that this is for the yo-yo intermittent recovery test. In that, he has done 1520, but in the post-test, he has done 2000. That means nearly 24,000 improvement. But you see the norms, they have to reach where it is in the 3000 meters. So this way, you can analyze the data. This is just a sample to give. And next we come, in the 5-point scale, we assess the key performance indicators. For all specific positions, there is 2 things again I have written for the coach as well as the players. I know the Indian hockey team, in order to assess the performance of the player, 3 coaches on the basis of the key performance indicator they assess. They first sit with the boys with reference to the key performance indicator. What do you feel with reference where you are at this point of time? Next, what happened? The average of all the 3 coaches are taken in order to judge. What is the difference between the player's assessment and what is the assessment of the coach. You can see the orange one, it is basically coach, and the green one is the player. There's a big difference, because the player must understand what they are doing. That's very important. You can see the gap in between.
Sir, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, next is the result delivery. You can deliver the, let's take an example, yo-yo intermittent recovery test. Okay, you have done 720 and it is 1120 the sex assessment, but he has to reach up to 1200. The recommendation should be what? You have to do speed endurance exercise, you have to do speed endurance production training and maintenance training, and high intensity aerobic training. Okay, this all are the result. Then action plan and design. You have to design the training program. That's very, very important. This program I have created because I was working as an HPD, right? We used to make the program, and on the basis of that, we used to tell the coaches what they should do during a particular period of time. I'll just have an example here. Let's take an example in the pre-season. You have maintenance period and the rebuilding period. You see number 1, 2, 3, 4 means 5 means high priority, you have to do it. Or 4 means high priority should be trained. You see in the maintenance period, just after the off season, when you start an exercise, you start 3 means moderate priority. That means 3 means moderate priority. You must go for moderate intensity training. You should not go for high intensity training. You should not go for speed training, but you should not go for the speed endurance training. Okay? But when you go into the season, story will be slightly different. During season, you have to go for more speed training. You have to go for more high intensity training because you have to match with the intensity of the sports. So this way you can make the training program for the training session, right? Next one, if you have got a weekly competitions, what should be the microcycle? This is a competition microcycle. See, first day competition, next day rest, next regeneration, then technical tactical training, then unloading, then competitions. So this all are basically given to the coach when you have 1 match or 2 matches in a season, right? How will you deal with, right? In the 2 matches, this is 1 match, in 1 match, what you can do? Game, rest and recovery, moderate intensity aerobic exercise, right? First is after the game, there should be rest. Then you should have moderate intensity. First principle. Second principle is before the game, you should have tactical training and speed and reactive training. The red means this is the time where you can work with certain physical component. Okay? This is the load dynamics. This is the load dynamics when you have 2 matches. I'll just scroll it and move because time is not there. Okay, that's it. 1 minute. Last one is after the training design, you have to, after training program, that action plan, you have to play the game. These are the 7 verticals of high performance management. Okay, thank you very much. I'm very sorry that I've taken some more time.
So we now have time for questions.
Should you have any questions?
So please raise your hands. Any questions, please?
Hello. Sir, I am Darwin, studying Master of Physical Education here in Manipur University.
Yes.
So my question is, in some place like in Manipur or some states like where football is still developing, like not yet that much developed, like here in what the situation is that about the high performance director, the coach has to play all the roles of like sports nutritionist, sports doctor, like and all the facilities the coach have to provide by him or her only. So in this situation, like in Manipur, like the local clubs could not provide all the specialized facilities and all provide in the higher clubs or bigger clubs. So what do you suggest in such situation?
See, what you are telling, this is the same condition prevails all over our country. You know, there are certain clubs in the villages and all, they don't offer, means all the facility which high performance management basically caters to. But I feel, you know, again, it becomes because there are so many things to say, but I know it is practically not very feasible to have everything at the grassroots level, right? But at least nowadays we have coach education process, you know. We have initiated, All India Football Federation has started coach education process, right? You have first E, D, C, B licenses. With that license, you can educate them, educate the coaches. And within that module also what happened, how training session need to be planned, how the recovery has to be given, right? In that module, they have got the package. But apart from that, license courses also, I know that research program, 2 programs are basically initiated by, one is by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, and second one is in LNIP Gwalior. Therein what happened, let's take an example, you're working with a coach, he is just a senior, he's a sports developer like, he's a motivator who engages almost all the children in order to play the game. For them also, now government has already started the course, the research program, or to almost elite players also, right? Those who have played for the country or the state, but they don't have any football education as such, you know. For them also separate programs has been endorsed, and within that package, within the curriculum of that particular course, almost all the things, you know, right? Not in a very vast way it is incorporated. With that, I think you can solve the problem. But apart from that, I think there is a provision again. There is a provision again that means you can approach to the Khelo India regional centers. Should you require certain specific test or something to be done. In our Trivandrum, we encourage that, right? Someone they comes, there are certain teams also they come for the testing and all. We encourage that. That is also possible. But I know at the grassroots is definitely challenging.
Any other question? Please keep your questions concise. Any other questions?
So, my name is Shakul Sam Arvind. I am a research scholar of Manipur International University. I want to ask whether this football, whether we can bring medal in our India, like how much time it will take to bring a medal.
See, this is definitely a hypothetical question. Wherever you go, you encounter with this question only. First of all, I'll tell you one thing. First of all, the federation have to decide whether the national team will be access of high performance training or not. I'm telling you, I'll tell you a story, like last Asian Games, because of the international circuit, you know, almost all the games, they have access to 364 days training. But football, you know, they don't have access to 1 week also for the Asian Games. Last Asian Games, 4 players from the airport, they have gone into the dressing room before the match. First and foremost thing, federation, because at different forum also we have discussed, you make the calendar in such a way so that what happened, the national team has got the time to train for certain competition. Until and unless that these things are materialized, there is no chance at all. I know whether it is a SAF Cup or women's team or junior team, because IWL also, what happens, they don't leave the boys, the club. If the best lot doesn't go, and if the best lot are not trained under a good coach for considerable amount of time, you should forget result. I hope you got the answer.
So we have time for one more question.
Hello, sir. My name is Punam Nabasandra. So I have done the PhD in the Manipur International University. So I question you arise that I have seen that sir have given some the viewpoint about the high performance, but sir was that mentioned about the management is there high performance management in the football player. So what are the management is necessary for the any doctor, either it may be physiotherapy or is necessary to any football, any club or any organization. So it's necessary to make sure will be there or not.
No, definitely. See, I'll tell you, there is a team behind a team, you know. It is for any developmental process, you have to have the managemental staff, you know. There's a team behind a team.
Yes.
Apart
Another one more question arises. It's high intensity. So I mentioned about the high intensity to make the endurance training. So if have the person or sports player having the injury, either it may be ligament injury, or either it may be medial cruciate ligament or example. So such type of the management will be given to treatment is any medicines or either any alternative management will be performed in this type of the football player. Thank you.
See, definitely their injury is definitely a concern, but nowadays what happened, in all management system, we've got a injury prevention sessions, you know, pre-activation and injury prevention sessions, you know. Whether you can go for the eccentric training, you can go for what you call balancing exercises, you can go for the proprioceptive training. There are so much of modules nowadays in all high performance system. You have 1 or 2 sessions of injury prevention. Okay, and so far as high intensity is concerned, because football especially is a high intensity sport, it is not a low intensity sport. So our endurance level has to be slightly different. Like, let's take an example, intensity is very high. If you see football's average heart rate is more than, average heart rate is 180 beats per minute, which is closer to the maximum heart rate. Now, if I have to train, I have to train the athlete on that module. Especially 3 methods we use for the high intensity aerobic exercise. One is 1 minute exercise, 30-second rest. It is anaerobic, but because of the incomplete recovery, it goes into the aerobic zone and the intensity is very high. Like, let's take an example of 2 minutes exercise, 1 minute rest. You play 2x2 game. I'm telling 2x2 game for 2 minutes, 1 minute rest, 2 minutes, 1 minute rest, you'll be killed. And you will find that along with the development of the physical process, 3 more basic components of the game, that is communication, execution of technique under the pressure, and decision makings along with the physical prowess is maintained. And the FIFA basically, they promotes physical preparations with these small-sided games.
I think so. I didn't get the exact answer what I am arised that one.
No,
because sir have mentioned about only the assessment, like the training, the assessment part, or it may be test only. Sir have mentioned that. My questions arise that if the football players injure in any ligaments, either it may be anterior cruciate ligament or either it may be medial cruciate ligament. The such type of the football player, what type of the management? Because sir have mentioned about the high performance management. Management is a totally different according to my view, and then assessment is different. So assessment means we have to find out the persons. My question arises that the management, because sir have mentioned about the high performance management. Okay. So that is my question, sir.
Okay, I know this is the management of the injuries in particular. Normally you will find that cruciate ligament issues are there, right? I know that after the surgery, at least 7 to 8 months, you know, right? This is basically the job of a physiotherapist and the exercise physiotherapist basically. I know after the cruciate ligament injury, to come back to the field of play, at least 7 to 8 months of management is required. And we have got a separate protocol, which is basically undertaken by the physios, which is not of the scope of the coach and the physical educator, right? Or physical preparation in charge. It is the basic duty of the exercise physiotherapist or the physiotherapist. But I can tell you the duration with my experience. At least after cruciate ligament, I have seen a lot of players, a lot of international players, because of the ignorance of the coach, they don't know how much time is required to manage. They, after 2 months, 3 months, immediately go for the sport. Again, with an injury, I have seen the players, they ruin their career. After a cruciate ligament, if you go with the methodical procedure of management of the injury, 7 to 8 months are required to come back to the field. Okay? But this is basically the job of an exercise physiotherapist and sports medicine expert. So in this 22, I have told you 22, 23 National Center of Excellence, we have got a team of management, of injury management. We have got what you call sports medicine doctors, we have physios, right? And exercise therapists, they do into this particular area, which is beyond the scope of a physical trainer or the coach. Understood?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pradip Datta. Our next presenter is Dr. Romeo Mitai, and his topic is titled Common Mountain Hazards and Medical Age. Dr. Romeo Mitai.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. Respected chairperson, co-chairperson, all the delegates coming from abroad and from national delegates, scholars, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Today's my topic is little bit different from others. It is little bit new in India. So, common mountain hazards and medical age. So before knowing the hazards in the mountains, we have to know what is mountaineering. So mountaineering involves 4 principal activities. Number 1 is walking and trekking on the mountain, jungles, sea beaches. And in mountain, you may find rocks, ice and snows. If you find rocks, you have to knowledge of climbing on the rocks. So you need the experience of climbing, negotiate the rock. And the third one is snow and ice climbing on the snows and negotiating the ice walls. And the fourth one is navigation. Navigation is very important because you are going to the unknown places, you have to find the peaks, you have to find the routes. So map reading, earlier we used to call map reading where depend on the maps, contour maps, compass, but nowadays it's very easy to use this navigation by the invention of GPS. So here you can see the picture. This is the famous portion of the Mount Everest called Hillary Step. I'll explain about this in the next slides. And I have given another quote from the Swami Vivekananda. Quote, take risks in your life. If you win, you can lead. If you lose, you can guide. So in mountaineering and adventure sports, we are learning risk taking. So why we require risk taking? Without risks, we can't grow. If you take risks, then automatically we can achieve. So come to the hazards. So what is hazards? According to Oxford Dictionary, hazard means a danger or risk. So in adventure sports, and especially in mountaineering, there's always risks. Every step has risks. So we have taken all the calculated risks during expeditions. Hazards can be termed as a natural, caused by natural occurrence, and man-made, caused by the individual, such as lack of preparation, carelessness, improper diet, and equipment misuse. And the second one is a simple mistake on the mountains may lead to permanent disability or even death. That is why it's called extreme sports. And we can divide hazards into subjective hazards. And let's see what is subjective hazards. This type of hazards are created by human, the climbers, the mountaineers, the trekkers. Choice of routes, companions, overexertion, psychology, dehydration, climbing above one's ability.
and poor judgment. Falling campsites, equipments are the main subjective hazards. And the second one, objective hazards. Objective hazards are caused by the mountain and the weather, cannot influenced by a person operating in the mountain. So this type of hazards is not related with the mountaineer or trekker. For example, avalanche, soft snow glaciers, crevasses, hanging glaciers, seracs, cornice, and snow bridge, etc. And the third one, hail hazard. It is one of the most fatal hazards faced by the mountaineers in the mountain. That is hypothermia, frostbite, HAPO, high altitude pulmonary edema, HECO, high altitude cerebral edema, AMS, acute mountain sickness, sunburns, chilblains, etc. So these are the man-made hazards. You can see the pictures. This picture on the left side is man-made hazards. It's every time on the average is happen during the climbing season. You can see the traffic jam on the average. And because of this man-made hazards, many precious lives of mountaineers are dying on the route. And the right side, the picture, you can see the picture. This is the famous Hillary Step just below the Mount Everest. And there also sometimes during the expedition seasons, it happens traffic jam on the Everest. And because of this, many mountaineers die on these areas. And come to the subjective hazards. Selection of campsites. See the picture here. And the first picture, all the campsites are destroyed by the strong blizzards, winds, and sometimes in the mountains 70 to 90 kilometers per hour wind speed with the snow, and the temperature goes to minus 25, 30. And sometimes there is no place for pitching the tents. We used to call them as a bivouac. It's a temporary shelter, and some mountains are vertical 90 degrees. So the climbers has to have this type of bivouac tents for their night hole. And the routes. Sometimes routes are very, very difficult. We have to negotiate many obstacles. These pictures we have taken during the Everest expedition. I was the leader of the expedition, and these are my mountaineers. She created world records in the mountains. She is Anshu Jamsenpa. She is negotiating the different obstacles crossing the famous Khumbu ice fall. And the second picture, roping up to Everest falling, in the mountain you can see hidden crevices and open crevices. If you can't identify this type of crevices, sometimes the climbers falling down on the crevices and could not find even the dead bodies also in the mountain. And this picture is very interesting picture. The left one, we found this girl with the goggles in the Everest base camp. It is above 18,000 feet. She came all the way from Delhi to climb the Mount Everest without any proper training. Her parents wanted to create some records on the Everest, so they just sent them to climb the Everest. And she was struggling in the base camp. She can't move, she can't take breath, and I convinced her, you go back. I asked her before sending her, what you have done before coming to this Everest expedition? She said, I never done anything. I never been to rocks also. She never done even the rock climbing also. But she straightway came to Everest, base camp to climb Everest. So very interesting. And she was almost die in the Khumbu ice fall. So we sent them back and she was safe. So commercialization in mountaineering is very common nowadays, especially in Nepal, because of earning good money in the Everest. So because of these things, so many mountaineers die on the Everest. You can see the dead bodies lying on the Everest. And high altitude foods are the backbone of the mountaineers, but because of the acclimatization, because of the altitude, the mountaineers, they have less appetite, and above 20,000 feet, we depend on the artificial oxygen. So these are the high calorie foods we used to eat during the expeditions, and even the sleep time inside the tent
we used to use supplementary oxygen. So supplementary oxygen is also crucial role in climbing Everest or above the 23,000 peaks in the Himalayas. These are the mountaineering gears. If you go to the Everest expedition, you will find different types of mountain gears. You can have the equipments, for example, we call it dangris, suits. It's a comfortable up to minus 45 degrees. And it's very costly gears, but every mountaineers cannot afford this type of gears, but especially these gears are used in Everest expedition. And yes, these are the oxygen bottles. Some bottles are emptied lying there, and the authorities also given the limited oxygen cylinders for going up to summit. These are the objective hazards. One of the most dangerous hazards, we call it avalanche. In normal condition is called landslide, mudslides, but in a mountain we used to call avalanche, unstable snow and ice slip from its main mass due to various causes. And because of this, because of the avalanche, many mountaineers, many trekkers lost their life in the mountains. So the second slide, it is one of the most fatal earthquake occurred in 2015 on the Mount Everest base camp, where 22 mountaineers died on the Everest base camp before reaching the Camp 1. This is one of the saddest moments for the mountaineers in 2015. And again, glaciers can be termed as a frozen rivers and is composed of ice, snows, and rocks. So climbing on the mountains, this is one of the most difficult obstacles, hazards to face by the mountaineers. To crossing the ice falls is very dangerous, very risky. This is a moving, we used to call moving river. So it may be falling down to the mountaineers at any time because of the weather changes. And crevasses, these are the open crevasses. So sometimes when the snow falls, it's covered. So some mountaineers, without the dropping up, they just cross there and just falling down on the crevice. And because of that, many mountaineers die. So what happened when we cross this type of routes? We used to rob up. The mountaineers rob up and go one by one. And on the right side, this is the picture of the Everest in the Khumbu Icefall. It's a very open crevice. So we use 5-6 aluminum ladders tied together and make an artificial bridge. So we used to cross like this. So this is also one of the most dangerous obstacles in mountain. Hanging glaciers, yes, is again a big obstacles for the mountaineers and very dangerous. Now come to weather hazard. See, weather plays an important role in mountaineering expeditions. It is extremely variable and unpredictable in the high altitudes. Storms comes and blow away suddenly. The main weather hazards are storms, wind chill factors, low visibility, lightning, whiteout, and altitude, etc. So basically, mountaineering expeditions depend on the good weathers. We can't predict weather in the mountains. So if you are lucky, if you got the good weather, the chances of climbing to the top is very, very high. So it depends on the mother nature. So mountaineers are playing with the nature and we are depend on the nature. This is very important hazard, or we used to call mountain sickness or acute mountain sickness. The first one is hypothermia. It is generalized cooling of body caused by exposure to extreme cold. It occurs when a person's core body temperatures drop below 95 degrees Fahrenheit and 35 degrees Celsius below. Chilblains, it is cold injury which occurs due to excessive exposure of body parts to extreme cold. The third one, AMS, acute mountain sickness, is caused by the diminished oxygen pressure in the atmosphere and hence in the blood and strike those falling into adapt to high altitude. So if you want to avoid these health hazards, we have to acclimatize with the new condition. These are the pictures of the frostbite. It is
caused by localized cooling of the body part. Tissues exposed to the extreme cold can begin to freeze over time, often causing permanent damage of the exposed parts. Frostbites commonly affects the hands, feet, ear, and noses. Is a very, very common hazards faced by the mountaineers. Few of my friends, they have lost fingers and toes on the mountains. And normally it affects to our nose, ears, toes. It is far away from our heart and the blood circulation is less in those areas. And because of that, frostbite occurs. And in the major cases, the gangrene forms. So automatically it should be cutted from your parts. So what is snow blindness is also one of the common hazards faced by the mountaineers. Sunburn of the eyes, corneas, sign and symptoms. I feel like there is a stain in them. It feels very pain, severe pain, pink or red eyes, extreme sensitivity to the light. And the next one is snow blindness. It is a temporary blindness due to the effect of ultraviolet and infrared rays. It occurs due to overexposure to the sun rays, ultraviolet rays reflected from snow and ice. It's a very common. So we used to carry 2 or 3 good goggles in the mountains to protect from snow blindness. It's a temporary blindness, but if the mountaineer is snow blindness in the mountain, it's very difficult to rescue the mountaineers, to bring them in the lower altitudes. So snow blindness is also one of the very common hazards faced by the mountaineer. These are the real pictures. We took these pictures in the Everest base camp. Sunburns, it occurs due to overexposure to the sun rays and ultraviolet rays over high mountains. Sunburn can be of 2 types, that is superficial and deep. When you go to the mountains for 10-15 days, this happens because of the ultraviolet rays and freezing cold temperature. And on the right side, two gentlemen's pictures. These 2 gentlemen, they are my students. They climbed Mount Everest with a record in 2018 without the support of the Sherpas. They create world record and see their faces because of lack of oxygen in their brain and their face is swelling. High altitude seriousness, acute mountain sickness we can divide into 3 parts. If you have the MS, first headache, dizziness, fatigue, breathlessness, nausea, feeling vomitus, lassitude, and loss of appetite. If you have the HAS, few common symptoms are quite similar. Loss of coordination, weak ability to think, change in one's behavior, aggressiveness, irritated behavior, memory loss, confusion, coma. The third one have breathlessness at rest, fast and shallow breathing, extreme fatigue, cough, sometimes blood in cough, gurgling, breath, and dizziness. This is very, very dangerous, and one has to be bring down to the lower altitude if you have this type of symptoms in the mountain. So high altitude cerebral edema, HECO. The primary cause of HECO is hypoxia, oxygen deprivation. The brain swells with fluid because of the physiological effects of climbing to high altitude before acclimatize. So I have already mentioned about the acclimatize. Acclimatize is a process where the person, the mountaineer, to adapt at the new situation. So there is a mantra for acclimatization. It says, climb high, sleep low. It means that one day, if you climb up to 9,000 feet, the same day, be there for 1 hour, 2 hours, and coming down and stay the night at the lower altitude, for example, at 6,000 or 7,000. The next day, you go up to 15,000, come back to 30,000, and stay there. So this is the process for acclimatization in the mountain.
Sir, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Sure, sir. I'll try to finish. Stages of hypothermia. These are the stages of hypothermia. If the temperature is 97 to 99 Fahrenheit, normal body temperature, then if your body temperature goes to 90 to 95, mild hypothermia, then 80 to 90 degree Fahrenheit, moderate hypothermia, less than 82, severe hypothermia. This is very severe, and the chances of
die is almost loss of consciousness or coma, breathing stop, heart stop. This is the last stage of hypothermia. These are the mild acute mountains. If you have this problem, the best thing is the climbers should bring down immediately. And we have some common medicines for the mountains, so we have to administer these medicines for recovery of the mountaineer. High altitude cerebral echo, and it should be initiate immediate descent or evacuation. Some people ask, why you are wasting your energy and time to climb mountains? Instead of going by foot, you can go by helicopters or aeroplane, drop there and summit the peak. Is it possible? I am saying no. There is lots of research on it, but without acclimatization, no one can go to the high altitude, high mountains. The person will be die within few minutes, few hours. So these are the deaths reported on Indian Himalayas during 2017 and 18. I got this information from the Indian Mountaineering Foundation, New Delhi. And next, list of the accidents in the Himalayas from 2000 to 2019 to 2024. These are the data of the major massifs on the Himalayas. And most shocking thing was in 2022 in the Draupadi Ka Danda in Uttarakhand Himalayas, 29 trainees and the famous instructors of Nehru Institute of Mountaineering died on the mountain because of avalanche. And the 6-point the Kyari Satam, it is one of the famous peak in between India and the China border. And one of my student, he climbed Mount Everest few years back, and he was leader of the expedition. And on the same expedition, he was missing on the mountain, on the same peak with his support team. And we have sent many people to find out, even the army. We call the expert Sherpa from Nepal to trace his dead body, even though we could not get his dead body till today. So these are the data I collected from Indian Mountaineering Foundation. And this is the part of evacuation. Some mountaineers we used to train in Fasit, and trained doctors, sometimes they have also failed in the mountains. In my experience, one of the doctor, he's a qualified doctor, he just came down from Siachen Glacier. He was part of the expedition. He fell sick in the KM1. So we evacuated the doctor itself, and we took the charge of medication. So sometimes we taken care of the mountaineers. So then evacuation, some mountains, they have provided evacuation by helicopters, but in India, evacuation through helicopters is very, very poor. But our neighboring country, Nepal, they have a very advanced evacuation system, better than the Indian system. So this is the first picture. The hyperbaric chamber is a lifesaver. In early 2000, we are very fortunate to get this type of hyperbaric chamber in the Himalayan Mountaineering Institute. We are the first mountaineers to train in this hyperbaric chamber, and it's very, very useful in the mountains. We have already tested. If the mountaineers have this acute mountain sickness, so the person should be kept inside the chamber and put it the oxygen, and he can survive after a few minutes. So this is, I just give the name that is a lifesaver of a mountaineer. So my conclusion is that the tiny human cannot fight against the mother nature. All the adventure sports are playing with the nature. All the symptoms start beyond a height of 12,000 feet. It is called high altitude. Lack of knowledge about mountains can be a cause for mischief and failure of the operations. The spirit of adventure, which is a must for operating in high altitude, can be achieved by mountain training. So in India, we have few national institutes. The best and the earliest, the first institute in India is Himalayan Mountaineering Institute. It is in Darjeeling, where Tenzing Norgay started giving training mountaineering in India. And I am also fortunate that I am also trained under the Tenzing Norgay, and I am also the alumni of this prestigious Himalayan Mountaineering Institute, Darjeeling. And especially for the
Northeast, we have the best and the biggest national institute is coming up. It's already established in Arunachal Pradesh. I also one of the pioneer of establishing the institute in Dirang in Arunachal Pradesh. It is one of the biggest national institute because it runs all the land-based, air-based, and water-based. So last, I quote, "It is not the mountain we conquer, but it's ourselves," said by Sir Inman Hillary. Success lies in courage. Once again, thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
Let us move to the question and answer section. So any questions, please? No one?
My name is Sagol Sam Arvin. I am a research scholar of Manipur International University. I want to just ask whether the oxygen, how much oxygen is needed, when we cross this altitude. And the another question is how much we can cross this Everest, the peak of the Everest, how much it takes.
Okay, thank
Only
you.
this. Thank you, sir.
So every expedition, you don't require supplementary oxygens, especially if you go above 22,000, then sometimes you may require artificial oxygen. For example, many few mountaineers climb mountains without this supplementary oxygen. Yes, especially the Sherpas. The Sherpas are the people who born and brought up at that altitude. They don't require such oxygens, but still they are using for their safety, for their survival. But some mountaineers, some Sherpas, they used to climb Everest without supplementary oxygens. But especially if you want to go to Everest, the authorities, the agencies, they will provide you 3 cylinders of oxygen bottle. So you have to start using these oxygen bottles above KM3. That is almost 20,000 feet. Okay, if you use oxygen from the base camp, you feel very good. You will be more energetic. You will have lots of energy. But if you finish your oxygen in between the summit and the camp 4, we used to call them as a dead zone, then no one will provide you oxygen for your life. So you have to use your oxygen very judiciously. You have to calculate. So sometimes, even the sleep time, we used to take oxygen for our survival. And the second question, how much time it takes for climbing Everest? Climbing Everest, normally it takes around 40 to 45 days, but it is a process. You can't go 4,000 or 5,000 in one day, in one go. So you have to go, climb high, sleep low. For example, we started from Namche. From there you start trek. And reach the base camp, it takes around 12 to 15 days. But it depends on your physical fitness level. But in my team, I don't know, we reached the base camp within 6 days. We jumped so many camps, but it is wrong again. During these days, we are very fit, very strong, so we jump the camps. But it should be avoided. You have to go slow. Your body should be acclimatized slowly and steadily and reach. And after reaching the base camp, your duty is to go up to the camp 1, coming back. This is the process. And the weather, the window period, we used to call window period, is a very short windows to climb for the summit, especially during the May season, month of the May. It might be 15 days, 20 days. So in this window period, you have to push for the summit. So from the base camp to the top, it took only 2 days and coming back 1 day. To reach the base camp, to reach the summit and coming back, it took only 3 days. But again, some Sherpas, some mountaineers, they climb from base camp to the summit. It takes only 8 hours. They create so many records in the mountains. So it depends on the fitness level and again depends on the weather god. If the weather permits,
It climbed. That lady I have shown the picture. She is my student. She climbed Mount Everest 2 times in 10 days. And the second attempt, she climbed Everest summit twice in 5 days. So it depends on the fitness level of the climber and depends on the weather. Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Oinam Nabasandra. So I'm the Manipur International University. I'm the scholar. So my question is arises. Sir, I mentioned about the high altitude pulmonary edema. So that Sir mentioned about the management about the oxygen. So just mention about the 20 feet that the oxygen will be completed, means already will be finished. So at the time of the moment, so what are the new advance or some technique can use to save the client mountain during the time of the pulmonary edema in the height?
The best medicine is to bring down to the lower altitude. Is the best means. Brings down, 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 down. If you have the hyperbaric chamber, you can put the patient on the hyperbaric chamber, then you will save. Then you can't call helicopters, choppers to the high altitude. They will come up to KM1, that is around 18,000 or below 20,000 feet. So for saving the mountaineers, the best method is to bring down at the earliest as possible. And we used to give some medicine called Dimox. Okay? So the best method is to bring down the patient. And in the base camp, we have doctors. We have qualified doctors in the base camp, especially for the Everest expedition. But other expedition, some expeditions you don't have doctors also. So you have to see the climbers' conditions by your members itself. And in my experience also, our own doctors, he suffered from acute mountain sickness in the expeditions. So he was evacuated. So without doctors, we climbed the peak. And that was...
Excuse me. The question, that one, I didn't get the exact one, because that one is oxygen, because the Sir had mentioned about the client will be going down, means you have to carry down.
Yes.
So my question is that immediate management to apply the oxygen to the mountaineer.
Okay, if you finish the oxygen, that means the chances of survival is very less. Once you started using oxygen, the chances of survival is very less if the oxygen is finished. So you have given the specific quota, the 3 cylinders. You have enough money, then you can arrange at the base camp. But in the high altitude, above 20,000, no one will provide you extra cylinders.
Okay, sir. If the cylinder is over,
yeah.
at the moment, the 2 client will the remaining, either A, maybe A or B. So at the time of the moment, so what it possible can
if they have the extra cylinders, then they
I
can
didn't ask
provide.
about the cylinder. I mentioned about only 2 clients, 2 persons will be only remaining on the time of this the moment. So how it possible to save in this immediate to give the oxygen to the client?
If you are fit, you can share your oxygen cylinders, but you should not go above. You have to be coming down with the patient. Okay, you should not take risks your life. There is a saying, mountains will be always there. You can come next year. Your life is more important than climbing on the summit.
Yeah, so, I agree, sir.
So but no option. You have to bring down. You have to coming down.
But I heard about something mouth-to-mouth respirations will be there to can save.
If the minus 25, listen, if the minus 25, 30, how can you give the CPR? Huh? This will be frozen, frostbite. It's very hazardous. It's not easy in the mountain. Operation in the mountain is quite different, very, very risky, very danger. We are here very comfortably here. If you go to the 15,000 feet, wind speed 40-50 kilometers per hour, minimum temperature minus 15-20. You go higher up, minus 30-35.
Okay, means
it's not easy.
Okay, we have to save means we have to come down.
Yeah, it's the best means. You have to bring down the patient for their safety. If you have the hyperbaric chamber, keep it inside the hyperbaric chamber, bring down to the base camp, then doctor will take care of it. Okay. And you can call the helicopter.
Thank you, Dr. Romeo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So now I hand over the mic to Mr. Dr. Mantoboro for a brief on the presentations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson of the first plenary session, and respected speaker, and invited speakers from abroad and our country, as well as the participants. First of all, on behalf of chairperson and my personal behalf, I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee for giving us this wonderful opportunity to be in front of you and witness the wonderful deliberations from our speakers. Today we have in this session 3 speakers, respectively Dr. Kokab Azim, who is spoken on career opportunities in physical education and sports, Dr. Pradip Datta, performance management in football, and Rome Mete, common mountain hazards and medical aids. So, especially Dr. Azim have given us the brief review of career opportunities in physical education and sports, those he highlighted, and whatever the opportunities he mentioned here, is all are exist, but in certain cases we might have to take another certifications, like especially for coaches or something like that, for specific professions. Otherwise, he mentioned about the various courses in the universities or the institutions where we can pursue physical education programs. And very next, I am very delighted and happy to be here with Dr. Pradip Datta, who is the most experienced personalities in India in regards of professional football is concerned. He had the A license course, AFC A license, and having the experience of more than 15 years with FIFA. He is a fitness instructor and AFC as a conditioning experts. And he has been with the Indian senior football team for almost around 10 years as a fitness coach. So we heard from him on the management, high performance management in football especially. And this is the ideas which we need to have. And being individuals from the football dominated area, that is like more northeastern states, it will be very beneficial for us. And as mentioned by Dr. Datta and the participant, that how to manage in this grassroots level. It is not easy for in the grassroots level because we don't have facilities, experts, and as you know, in our country, the government also investing on the top level. So I think we have to be certified and gain the knowledges and work accordingly in our fields. So at last, Dr. Mete have presented on the mountaineering and its hazards. As you know that life always first. We can't do anything beyond our life. Principles is to be always saving our lives. Like in any games and sports also, that's why nowadays, until and unless there is basic medical facilities is available, participation or conduction of the events is not allowed. So we have to take care of it, and as our participant raised the question regarding how to manage if oxygen cylinder or oxygen is not sufficient. So as rightly said that we have to come down and arrange accordingly, because our honorable chairperson also mentioned, that means we discussed, in the extreme condition, we can't share anything because we have to save our life. And even if you are not safe, you can't go to save anyone. This is the basic principles. So with this regards, once again, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Santos and his team, the Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, for giving us these opportunities. And also thanks to the speakers for maintaining their timings very nicely and clarify the doubts of the participant. Thank you very much.
We have a fantastic lineup of presentations. We are honored in chairing this session. So thank you one and all. Thank you organizers, and thank you to the delegates also. So let's close this session.
Yeah. Thank you very much, our chairman. Dr. L. Dibamani Singh for leading out the session successfully, and also the co-chairperson, Dr. Mento Poro, for assisting the session nicely. Thank you very much. And also I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our speakers who have contributed in this session. Thank you so much for your valuable knowledge and expertise contributed toward the session. And also I would like to extend a very sincere gratitude to our participants, delegates. Your enthusiasm and interest shown in this session have made this session even more meaningful. Thank you very much. I would like to, before we conclude this event, I would like to announce that there will be a lunch right after this. And we look forward to seeing you in the next session as well. Thank you very much for being a part of it. Before we conclude this, we would like to have a small photo session. So I would like to call upon our speakers and also the chairman, co-chairman, to please pose for a photo session. Please come forward. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all for being a part of this plenary session. Let's proceed to the lunch area for lunch. Thank you.
Will be provided all the delegates and then students, research scholars. In the first floor lobby, all speakers and teachers will be served all in lunch in the top lobby. In the top lobby, all the invited speakers and the teachers will be having the lunch in the top lobby, and then ground lobby will be having the lunch, all the students, and research scholars, and the delegates. Thank you very much.
उम्मीद है कि कोई लेके तो जाएगा नहीं नहीं कोई
ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯅꯨꯄꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯀꯣꯏꯁꯟ ꯍꯪꯕ unnecessary question.
If still on that.
ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯃꯊꯪꯒꯤꯗꯣ 치우자로. 잠깐만 계속 해보자.
잠깐만 저를 들었니?
시작.
손까지 도시락을.
CD 개념이요. CD 발언은 상디. CD 들어오고요.
실례 많이.
그렇게 얘기해.
아전에도.
시 아니면 막았다 바니죠.
이렇게 또 간 타기.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. The second season of students' event will be started soon, so I would like to request all the invitees and students outside the hall, please join us. Hello. Once again, good afternoon, and all present here. I myself, Hisam Christina Devi from MPES fourth semester. And ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to receive all of you here at Manipur University for the 3 days international conference on the theme of exploring the current trends in physical education and sports science, innovation, challenges, and opportunities 2025. organized by Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University, under the sponsorship by Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, New Delhi. Hello. First of all, thank you for taking the time and out of being part of this event. And once again, a hearty welcome to everyone present here. Let's have a huge round of applause for all of us. So let's move forward to welcome our dignitaries one by one to the dais and request our volunteer to escort them to the direction. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome our chairperson, Professor L. Thambal Singh, Head Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University. And now it's my great honor to welcome our distinguished co-chairperson, Assistant Professor, Mistress San Sanawal Bhumi, Lakshmibai National Institutions of Physical Education, NERC, Guwahati. Please come on the stage on the dais. And now it's my pleasure to welcome our distinguished spokesperson, Professor Dr. Alexander, School of Health Science, University Sen, Malaysia, Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation University, Technology, MARA, Malaysia. And next, I would like to welcome Professor Rajesh Kumar, Senior Professor in Physical Education, Head and Director, Department of Physical Education, Osmania University, Hyderabad, IS, India. And I would like to welcome Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India. Now, I would like to request our Professor, Assistant Professor Y. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Department of Physical Education, Sports Science, to honor the facilitations, lanyard and memento to our chairperson and co-chairpersons and our today's speakers person. Welcome. Once again, I would like to welcome our co-chairperson, Assistant Professor Dr. Mrs. Son Sanawal Bhumi, Lakshmibai National Institutions of Physical Education, NERC, Guwahati. Thank you so much, Assistant Professor Y. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Department of Basic. hand over the second session to the chairperson and co-chairperson to hand over the event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the chair, we welcome all this evening personality, these speakers for this second plenary session. First, we have Professor Alexander Klasi-Chikov from Malaysia, Professor Rajesh Kumar from Osmania University, Dr. Piyush Jain, National Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India. These three eminent personalities, they are presenting their papers on. First, Dr. Alexander, he is presenting on long-term talent development, stakeholders from family to national team. Very important and a very interesting topic we have. Second, Professor Rajesh Kumar, he is presenting on role of physical education in child development among Indian schools. Very important and interesting topics, sir, he is taking off. Dr. Piyush Jain, he is presenting on development of physical education in India, policy, intervention, and the future roadmap. This is very burning issue just happening in our nation for the future of the development of physical education and sports. So everyone, welcome to this plenary session. Now we are having a very interesting and a very high level ecstasy of discussion and interaction program. So firstly, I would like to request Professor Dr. Alexander Klasi-Chikov to present this topic. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you for giving me such a wonderful opportunity, and I will spend about 30 seconds of my time to thank the organizers, to thank the organizing secretary, Dr. Santosh, chairperson, deputy chairperson, and my eminent co-presenters, Professor Rajesh Kumar and Dr. Piyush Jain. Pleasure to be in such a great company today. Before we go into the slides, I would like to ask a question from chairperson. Time-wise? Kitna?
Time, 15 minutes, sir. You are having 15 minutes for
15
presentation.
minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
15 minutes आपके पास रहेंगे और
Okay,
5
thank
मिनट
you.
हम डिस्कशन कर लेंगे, sir.
No, see, we have to set the rules before we sail.
Yes, yes.
Otherwise, someone will be in trouble, right?
Yes, sure, sir.
Chairperson, we do as he says, and madam as well. So, 15 minutes I got. All right, thank you very much. So, topic is here on the screen. One thing I wanted to kind of focus your attention at, and of course 15 minutes is still not that much time, but I will try to be concise to the topic and to the basic kind of idea of that whole presentation. First of all, I'm representing University Technology Mara, and this is in Shah Alam. This is our chancellery on the left side and our faculty on the right. If you are there in KL or in Shah Alam, please welcome. And I will spend another minute of my presentation at the end, actually promoting the conference which we will be hosting in September 2025, and I'll be happy to receive you there if you decide to take part. So, I'm going to present today a bit alternative model of talent development. And why is it alternative model? Because it actually involves stakeholders. See, everyone is usually talking about, okay, train to train, train to compete, train to do something, kind of compete to compete. So, yeah, okay, good model. Canada, 2005, ballet. The thing is that no one typically says who is likely to be in charge of which stage of long-term talent development. Everyone says like, okay, I know what to do. You go ahead, do it. Who? And I will kind of prove today that we don't sometimes even think who is supposed to do that. And if you can see here, capitals, talent development. Because most of the times, even if you Google or you talk to specialists, most of them will say something about kind of long-term athlete development, isn't it? So the first question comes, what is the difference? Is there any difference? And I will tell you the answer because we have no time to kind of play the game who knows the answer, who doesn't. I know you know the answers, but the principal difference is that if you talk about long-term athlete development, it means we start talking about a development of a talent only when we have an athlete. And when we have an athlete, when that fellow is tagged with something like table tennis, swimming, jumping, weightlifting, then only athlete development goes on. But talent development goes from birth until the moment of you become an athlete, and it is quite a lengthy period of time, and it continues this long-term athlete development. So talent is there with us or without us, isn't it? So talent is born, and then that talent is supposed to be developed through something, and then through something what? So to go quickly with the situation on which age is typically the recruitment of athletes goes, you can notice that not everyone is joining sport at the same age. There are young sports like gymnastics, artistic gymnastics, rhythmic gymnastics. They start at 6 or 7. Most of the sports, they start at 10, 11, including all the games. And some sports like boxing, wrestling, combats, they all start later. It means that kids are joining sports at different age. And if you talk about 7-year-old kids, they are only in the area of interest for a limited number of coaches. And that coaches typically belong to acrobatics, rhythmic gymnastics, artistic gymnastics. And then when they are 10 years of age, they're in the area of interest of more sports. Football, hockey, tennis, athletics, and so and so and so. But they are no more interested for the coaches of gymnastics. It's too late. Similarly, what happens at the age of 14 or 15, those kids are of the interest of rowing, canoeing, kayaking, boxing, and some other combats. So whereas they are absolutely kind of not interested anymore in artistic gymnastics, rhythmic gymnastics, because that train has already gone. So that is how the question is, if you start your training or you are recruited to sports at 7, what happens before? If you are recruited to sports at 11, what happened before? If you are recruited to sports at 15 or 16, what happened before? What were you doing all those years? And sometimes the answer is really not pretty. What is it? You have, like for instance, inactivity and screen time. You all know what kids are doing now. Most of you are now parents. They got into screen, they don't care. They are quiet, they don't talk, they don't bother you. And sometimes we give them that thing, okay, you just play, okay? No one is interested to go outdoors. Imagine the 6 years before someone joined at 6, but then there's 9 years of doing exactly what? When someone joins at 9 or 10. So these years are typically terra incognita, no one cares. And that's the biggest problem, what we have eventually in long-term talent development. Why? Because it's a known thing known as the vicious circle of child's obesity. What happens? Normal child, healthy child. He or she is not spending much time into physical activity, doing screen time. What happens? Gaining weight. Then what happens? Kids who are playing around are not calling these kids to join. And they kind of feel that they are sidelined. And they're again not active. And again they put on weight. And again they put on weight. And the most difficult part here is that the lifestyle which is developed in childhood and adolescence in a very high percentage is carried forward to adolescence and into adulthood. And there we have people with overweight, we have obese children, and this trend, unfortunately, is huge in Asia. Obesity in children is becoming really a big problem. So what happens before kids join the sport? If they are not in the area of our interest, they are in trouble. We are putting them in trouble, number one. Number two, we are losing them as a potential talented kids, because they are. And if they go neglected, we lose them forever. They will never become an athlete, they will never become an outstanding athlete or something. So what are the things we need to take care of? Growth and development, motor proficiency, fundamental movement skill. Now, who has to take care of that? And what are those? I will not talk much about fundamental movement skills. I'm sure you're kind of aware of that. The logic is simple. If you can run, you may well be good in sports which are requiring running. If you are good at throws, you may well be good at baseball or softball or bowling or something where throws are required. If you are good at swimming, you may well be an athlete in those sports which are requiring that. So this is the logic of fundamental movement skills. And there is a timeline to get those fixed. And if we don't fix those, the red color is that when naturally a kid is not mastering that many skills, then we need an intervention. Who will do that intervention? No one. And that's a problem. Because see, we leave that period of time before the kid becomes an athlete, and honestly speaking, no one cares much. So how can we fix it? The fixture is reasonably simple. However, again, it goes for years together, and I keep talking about for years together. What is happening? Growth and development. Who is in charge? Family. Yes? Health-related fitness. Who is in charge? Family and community. Fundamental movement skills. Who will do that? Coaches? No. They have no idea about it. No, even if they do, that's not their job. They're not supposed to. They're supposed to coach kids and that they know best the sport. So fundamental movement skill is supposed to be something like primary school. Then motor proficiency, primary and secondary. Multilateral development, secondary school typically. So that we have a sequence. Growth and development into health-related fitness, into fundamental movement skills, into motor proficiency, into multilateral development. For what? Improved visibility to talent identification. If we do that with our children, they're becoming obviously talented in the eye of the coach. He or she will come and say, wow, that kid can do anything. He can do jump, he can swim, he can do the fabulous. Instead, he's coming to some other classroom where the kids are not exposed to anything. They cannot do much. Why? They are not talented? Yes, they are talented, but they have never been exposed to anything they need to know and they need to learn to become obviously interested for the coaches. So that is a major issue and a major problem. So then, from long-term development, we go from long talent development, we are getting into long-term athlete development. So if we don't do talent development before athlete, and this is the kind of system which I suggested in 2011. So what do we have? We have multilateral development and we have pre-identification talent development. You're not an athlete, you're just a kid. You're not identified yet. So you will have to go through multilateral development done by who? By school physical education curriculum, by physical education teacher. And in the topic of, for instance, what Prof. Rajesh will be sharing, I guess after I'm done, will be about child's development. This is what we need really badly. Because if you don't take care of that, the visibility of those kids will be kind of murky. Coaches will not recognize any talent in them. So when the TIP happens, what is it? Talent identification point. They are becoming an athlete. And then seemingly everyone knows what to do. And then, okay, athlete, swimmer, we do that. Football player, we do that. We know how to do that. But we are still not doing any good before that. And that is a fundamental problem. So, it is not just only kind of the issue with school physical education. It starts much earlier. But we need to kind of pay huge attention to school physical education. Why? Because this is the only pool of time where those kids can be active. There is no other opportunity for them quite often. And instead, what do we have? Physical education classes are not important. This goes on in India for decades. 30 years, 40 years, it is still almost the same thing as it used to be 30 years ago. Principals are kind of checking out the physical education classes. Come on, mathematics are more important, physics is more important, something is more important. Nothing is more important. You learn, you teach your kid how to run, how to kind of jump, how to gallop, how to throw, how to catch, and so on and so forth. It's very much health-related. And if it is not happening, then we are in trouble. However, the kids who are not identified as an athletes, and they are not continuing their career in sports, what happens to them? They are back to the pool of physical education. And the pool of physical education, is supposed to be that pool where they kind of learn and kind of succeed, and they kind of improve themselves. So then they can be selected or picked up by some other sports later. Remember, when you are 7, only gymnastics is interested in you. Okay, you are in, you are out, back to school, physical education. Some other coach comes at 10. When you are 10 years of age, come, join some other sport. You join. You may be out after another 2 years. Still not a problem. There are sports where kids can join later. So that makes the school physical education pool much more serious and much more impactful, rather than we keep thinking about it. And that is how multiple exposure to talent identification is an option. At the age of 7, you were picked as rhythmic gymnastic. You quit for whatever reason. By the age of 9, you could be picked by a swimming coach. Again, you may quit. See, most of the Olympic champions, except for about 30%, they actually started their career in sports not in the sports in which they achieved the world-class level. They started somewhere else. Even Usain Bolt started as a cricketer. All right? There are many examples like that. So there will be 1 sport development, 2 sport development, 3 sports development. Okay, Michael Phelps was swimmer from day 1. No problem. There are athletes like that. But there are also more athletes who actually jumped sports and benefited from each and one of the sports they took part in. And then eventually that contributed to their success. So please again remember, identification is not necessarily the will of the kid. Typically the parents will decide, okay, we think you better do this or you think you better do that. So talent identification is not a full process. So then if you are not identified, you're back to physical education. It has to be absolutely perfect, because this is the only solid thing which exists, and you are supposed to be mandatory into it. The most important thing is that we don't only need to advocate for that, we also need to write those physical education curriculums through research, through development. You please suggest something. There are plenty of options for physical education curriculums. Develop your own. Make sure that your kids are not just skipping classes and not sitting kind of eyes into the screen, because these are your future. And then that future is well described after you become an athlete, for instance. There will be fundamental movement skills, there will be high peak velocity, there will be sport-specific skills for boys, and then the same thing for girls. This is actually the part of 2005 Canadian model, which is one of the most popular in the world now. So then, eventually it becomes growth and development for family and community, physical literacy and motor proficiency for kindergartens and schools, or preschool, and then multilateral development, school-based. So then, you are actually getting into this serious problem. You develop your physical education curriculums not just out of nowhere, but based on what? Natural growth and development pattern, based on fundamental movement skills and development of those, based on the requirements of the sports and the age on when those coaches will come to pick the children. Then you deal with physical education curriculums and you develop it in the best possible way that each and every point is actually worked through. So then how, when the talent identification point happens before, multilateral training starts. And then you go from multilateral training to specialized training, and then you go into high-performance training. I just put that slide for you to understand that it is not anything you do is good. No. In high-performance kind of consultancy, which I am kind of doing, we know things by numbers. We just don't do, okay, you do this tomorrow, you do that day after tomorrow. No. It is all very calculative. It is very well scientifically based. So that from specialized training, we go further into high performance. And then we have another 3 stakeholders here, like sports schools, for multilateral training, for instance, DLSS, district level sports schools. Then we have state academies, in various states, various academies, and then we have high performance, national centers of excellence. So these are another 3 stakeholders when the kid becomes an athlete. So eventually we are having kind of 6 more or less independent stakeholders here, starting from family, community, then KG and schools, primary and then secondary, talent identification point, and then the other 3 sports schools, and then state academies, national centers of excellence. So first 3 are about talent development, last 3 are about athlete development, and that makes a huge difference. So that is how we have to stop just advocating and advocating. We need to rewrite physical education curriculums. We have to rewrite health-related fitness modules for children. We have to force those children to physical activity, because this is do or die. If you have noticed, people who are actually doing so many messages on the mobile phones, please pay attention. The shape of their thumbs is even changing because they do this, that particular movement. I noticed that many times. I was like, seriously? Evolution? What will happen in 3 to 4 generations? We don't know. If you don't get them back physical, we are in trouble. And then, few things which we have done on that particular issue: multilateral development and training, publications, grants, and then talent recognition and talent developments, publications and grants, which I did with my students, with my master's students, with my PhD students. Ta-dam! September 2025. And I'm talking now on behalf of NAPES. I am NAPES International Advisor, National Association of Physical Education and Sports Science. We are running in September, first NAPES Overseas International Conference. So we are taking the conference out of India and making it overseas. So we will be hosting it in Malaysia, University Technology Mara. This is the poster. There is also a QR code which leads you to the website. It is still dynamic, it's all going on, and so on and so forth. If you are interested, please join. If you have questions, you can talk to me after I'm done. And that is basically it. Thank you very much. I hope I was not taking much of your time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You have concluded your presentation on time.
Thank you.
So, this is open for discussion from the audience, from the other dignitaries, other delegates. Please kindly. We are having 5 minutes for discussion. This is open for discussion now. Any query? Very interesting topic. This is our opportunity to have such eminent personality, Dr. Alexander Krasilnikov.
Thank you, sir. My PhD guide used to say a simple thing. He said, when there is no question after the presentation, there are only 2 options. Option 1, everything is well understood. Option 2, nothing was understood. So I hope it is the first one, huh? I hope so.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request Professor Rajesh Kumar. Please welcome to present on role of physical education in child development among Indian schools. Please welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Chairperson, Dr. Tambal Singh and Co-Chairperson, my distinguished presenters, elite presenters, Professor Alex and Dr. Piyush Jain, and organizing committee members, especially Professor Santosh Singh and other elite speakers, participants from various states, and students of Manipur University.
Today my topic is role of physical education in child development in schools. As you are aware that our country is lacking in this context. We are having three types of schools. One school is government school. Another is private school. Another is central government school. And every school differs in infrastructure for promoting the physical education among children. You see, many schools, they don't have the physical education teacher in schools. And physical education is an important aspect of a child in his in the school age. But you see, I know that many schools don't have a playground in the school. Many schools don't have a PE teacher in the school. But how our physical education can be promoted in the schools? That is the main thing. But if physical education is there or not, but every child, every human being, every child will do some activities in his childhood life for his growth and development, and the development of a personality. Physical education plays a crucial role in the holistic development of the students. Everybody knows that physical education helps a child for development of his body physically. Child in school is dealing with the 4 stages: early childhood, middle childhood, late childhood, and pubescence period. In this period, child play activities in a school, before the school, after the school, at home, and everywhere. Child do jumping, throwing, cycling at home. It develops his gross motor skills. Child do writing with the pencil, tying the laces, using the scissor, like this, for the fine motor skills. Hence, physical education plays an important role for the development of a child. Physical education teacher in schools help a child to identify his talent. And many parents also identify the talent of a child. Many parents calls me every day, "Sir, my son will run very fast. My daughter will run very fast. My son is a good player. I want to put in the academy." Like this, every day I get minimum one call that to make them to play in sports. Like this, many people, many parents, they identify talent, they put their children in sports. At the school level, the physical education teacher helps a child to put him correct game. Even when I also identify many people, they are put in the sports and they become a champion. Physical education helps the students improve their focus, retention of topics, and attention span. It also subconsciously increases their concentration power, nudges them to be disciplined, and enhance their critical thinking and problem-solving skills. This helps the students to improve in many areas. That is the power of physical education. Play is a universal mode of learning for children. And in India, in rural India, children play traditional sports. Such games like small games are written, Lagori, 7 stones, and Pittu and Gilli Danda, involving running, throwing, and balancing, key components of physical literacy. Traditional sports are the basic sport where our children are involved in playing sports at rural level, at near to the community level. Then only we go for indigenous sports and traditional and global sports. There are some benefits when child involves in the physical education. Physical education promotes physical fitness. Regular physical activity helps to combat children's not to become obesity and to promote overall fitness. It also reduces the risk of lifestyle diseases like diabetics and hypertension. But this is not there for the students. Enhancing motor skills and coordination. Activities like sports, gymnastics and dance improve the agility and coordination. It also develops fine and gross motor skills crucial for children's daily life. These are the benefits of physical activities at school level. Mental and emotional well-being. When children are involved in activity, physical activity stimulates the release of endorphins hormones, promoting a positive mood among the students. It helps the students to manage academic pressure and also to uphold the examination stress in their life. It builds the confidence and discipline. Achieving the fitness goals and mastering the skills boost the self-esteem among the students. Learning sportsmanship and teamwork foster discipline and resilience. By participating in sports, the students also develop the sportsmanship and they are ready to accept the defeat, even they get the less marks in the examination. That is the power of physical education. Academic performance. Students improve the cognitive function. Physical activity increases the blood flow to the brain, enhancing the concentration and memory. Students exchange in the physical show better academic performance. Many students, they are very good if they play some activity and they get a good marks also. Foster better classroom behavior. Release of excess energy through PE. Help the student to focus during classes. Reduces behavioral issues and improve the classroom atmosphere. Social development. You all know, we came here for a conference. We are meeting the people all over the India. And we are meet lot of persons, those who are having good knowledge. So this physical education helps for the social development. It encourages the teamwork and cooperation. Team sports teach the students how to collaborate and work towards the common goals. Building a camaraderie and mutual respect among the peers. As you heard that when you play for the school, the students learn how to work together. Promoting the leadership and communication skills. The physical education gives the opportunity to the students to develop the leadership qualities and improve the communication skills through interaction during games and exercises. Inclusion and diversity. Physical education programs can be tailored to accommodate diverse abilities and interests, promote inclusivity and encourages participation regardless of skill level. You know, every child can play sports and games. That helps to improve these personal abilities. Cultivates cultural understanding. Exposure to various sports and games introduces the students to different cultures and traditions. Enhances the appreciation for diversity and foster global citizenship. You know, when you go for sports, you have to travel to play north, south and this, where we can meet we know the culture. Now we came to Manipur. We have seen the Manipur culture, Manipur diet is different, Manipur, everything is. This helps in the getting a knowledge of culture and tradition of the persons in different regions. Challenges and solutions. Infrastructure and resources. Our country lacks the proper facilities and equipment. That is only hindering the physical education programs. Advocacy for better funding, partnership with local communities, and leverage technology for virtual training. Even we can try for the better funding and partnering with the local communities for the students' activities. Now, integrating the PE into the curriculum. That is a fight Dr. P.S. Jainji is doing. We want to integrate the physical education into curriculum. Because when physical education comes in the curriculum, then only everybody will get support. And our physical education profession will become a important discipline like physics, maths, like that. To promote our physical education profession, we have to conduct number of programs, we have to conduct number of workshops, and we have to make a play compulsory. You must make play compulsory among children. Physical education not just about exercise, it is about the nurturing the well-rounded individual equipped with life challenges, Not only is exercise, but physical education helps the individuals to get up on life challenges. Because physical education is the only subject that helps the child to become a holistic development of his personality. That is why we have to promote compulsory physical education at all levels. Physical education is the basic foundation for the athlete development. I know many physical education teachers identify many students. They are participated in the international level. Even they got the medal in the Olympic Games also. So that is why physical education cannot be neglected in anywhere in the schools. There is a call of action. We look forward to advocate for the stronger support and invest in the physical education program across the Indian schools to ensure that every student benefit from the program. Every student must benefit through the physical education program. We have to we all are physical education teachers, we have to promote our physical education compulsory. Then only our physical education will be the part of every person's life. The more child engages in physical activity, the more he learns to cope up with life. That is this. And let's play sports. My main theme is we must play sports. Sports is the only medium that helps a child to be pulled towards physical education. Physical education के पास आने के लिए child के लिए sports खेलना compulsory है. Sports make us happy. Sports make us fame. Because of sports, yesterday India team watching. Virat Kohli hit the 84. Pura log sports make you rich. I know. In Hyderabad also one cricketer is a Siraj. His father is an auto driver, but now he became rich. Because sports make him rich. I know Sindhu since childhood. Sindhu became rich. I know Gagan, he also became rich. So sports make everybody rich, fame, rich, and everything is there in the sports. Sports promote the equality. When you play for our country, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, everybody is equal. Nowadays, sports promoting peace, playing match, then dialogue with the countries, then they come into action to stop war like that. That is a sports is medium for promoting the peace, happiness. So sports is for all. Every human being, the child born, the person death is our physical education. That is my motto, my aim. We all must promote physical education, all level, school level, different, intermediate level, degree level, university level. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to talk the importance of physical education in schools and all level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very nice presentation you have. Now, on this context, of Professor Rajesh Kumar's presentation. Now this is open for discussion.
Manipur students, please. Mic. Please give mic. My friends.
Yes, come up. Yes, you can use that.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is for both Sir Rajesh and Sir Alexander. In previous session, they provided mic for the audience and I was searching and I couldn't find it.
Okay.
Okay, sir. It is somewhat related to both the topics. Sir, my question is family and parents plays an important role in making of a world-class athlete. So what are the must that the parents must do before the children get enrolled in any sport during their early stage to bring out the talents inside their children? Thank you.
It is a very good question. It is a practical question for me only. Because my children both play badminton. I put them in badminton. The parent support is play a vital role in promoting the child. Because parent has to get up early morning. Parent has to take the child to a ground. Child put in the coach. Put lot of money. Give him lot of equipment. Put him exposure from competitions. Like this, the parents play a vital role in identifying talent. Also take to the ground. Taking the ground is very important because I know that when my children are very small, I used to take Gopichand Academy, 4 o'clock, early morning 4 o'clock training will be there. I have to get up 3 o'clock. Even Pradeep Datta sir is there. You know that all parents must bring the children to the ground daily and you have to give them proper diet. You have to sleep early. I have to make my child, I will tell my child, you sleep early, 9:30 you sleep, 10 o'clock you sleep, because you have to go early morning practice. You must be disciplined. Very important, parent role is very important. You know, one girl got Arjuna Award, basketball, I forget her name. She told this award is not for me, this is for my family, because my family worked hard for 25 years to receive the award. Any sportsman getting an award, whole family also must get award, because one person is not get award, because one person do practice. Coach will be there, but parents also support him with everything. Money, time, energy. 3 things are involved. Now, number 1 is money. Number 2 is energy. Number 3 is time. Because I am also involved in this, I know that 3 things you have to lose in life to make our children champion. Thank you.
Yes. Professor Alexander, welcome.
All right, thank you for the question. It was good. I will add a bit to what Prof. Rajesh was saying from a bit different angle. See, again, you are now all students of physical education, sports science. So if you look at the term like fitness, there will be typically 2 different parts of it. Health-related fitness and then skill-related fitness. So before a talent becomes an athlete and skill-related fitness becomes more important, health-related fitness is there. So health-related fitness is, as you most probably know, it's kind of 3 elements, right? Body composition, cardiovascular endurance, strength endurance, and strength. So health-related fitness typically can reasonably well sit with parents and with communities. So in parents, to my idea, to my understanding, and that's not to take much of your time, motivation number 1, good nutrition number 2, health-related fitness number 3. Because none of these will be again revisited later. Because see, the problem with long-term talent development is almost the same like with sensitive periods. You know what is it. So you need to do things in certain sequence. And if you didn't, there will be no time to return to it. It's gone. Like, for instance, you didn't mention or you didn't monitor the nutrition, you didn't create a motivation, you didn't do it, chances are very less that it appears later. You didn't take care about, kind of health-related fitness, body composition, you may not revisit it again. So it's actually kind of the timeline which you need to really follow. And again, I would say motivation, nutrition, good healthy lifestyle, and health-related fitness. And then coaches come into picture. Of course, before coaches, physical education teachers are coming into picture. So family, school, sports. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your precise answer. Now, we are moving ahead. The last speaker, Dr. Piyush Jain. Sir, he is presenting on development of physical education in India, policy, intervention, and the future roadmap. Please welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very difficult to be the last speaker of any session because earlier two speakers also cover lots of topic from the physical education background. Yes. So you can make one clap for Dr. L. Santosh Singh. As you know, how important is physical education in country that since morning there were 6 sessions, and out of this 6 sessions, 4 are dominating by physical education. So this conference is very successful as part of the physical education concern. From out of 6 sessions, first session start from the Kakub Ajim sir about the career in physical education. And then this already Alexander sir emphasized on the importance of physical education for the talent identification. Rajesh sir also gives some brief about why physical education is important for the development of child. So somehow I am little bit related to this. My topic is policy intervention and future roadmap for sports education in India. It's something related to physical education and sports education. It is little bit not that much of difference. So objective of this today's presentation is to current state of sports education, its challenges, and the necessary policy intervention. So if we see the evolution of sports education in India, there are 3 things is there. First, earlier, I think before 10, 15 years back, if you see that there was not considered as a serious career of the career option as a physical education or sports education. In morning, we will discuss with the Kakub Ajim sir, and they told me that he's come in physical education sector by fighting with their parents and their family members. And I am saying that most of them comes in physical education and sports sector incidentally or not by choice. Choice in Indian parents is the medical line, engineering line. Physical education is the least priority. But somehow recent government focus has elevated its importance. We had started some new courses on physical education, sports education, and integration this physical education in the recent new education policy will be the game change for this physical education importance school education in country. So this is somehow already Rajesh sir described why what is the importance of physical education in country. So I am not taking much time. And this is how government policy promoting sports education. Number 1 is, which is very important, that in the National Education Policy 2020, government integrated the sports as a mainstream education. Now you can do the degree and you will get the marks for this sports education or physical education. And second one is the Khelo India scheme. Under this Khelo India scheme, talent identification and infrastructure development is going in a full swing. And we are in talent identification, physical education is also playing an important role. And last one is the National Sports Policy 2024, which is encouraging participation of sports at all level. And in this policy also, sports education is also given the emphasis. This is somehow the data of physical education institutes in India. We have a total number of institutes is 668 institutes, which is duly recognized by the National Council for Teacher Education, the body which looks the matter of physical education in country. And out of this 668 students, only 81 institutes are the government funded, government owned, central or state universities like LNIP, LNCP, BHU and all other things. And 446, 67% institutes is the private institutes. Out of this 667 institutes, maybe 10% institute is running in its full swing. Most of the institutes, you all know that what is the condition of BPEd and MPEd institutes of the country. Only 10% institutes will we run in full swing with the full faculty and all other. Baki sab farji hai, publicly saying. And 141 institute is the public-private partnership institutes. Already Kaku Ajib sir covered the most of the this leading institutes in sports education like LNIP, where I am the student, and NSU is also one of the reputed institute, LNCP, this Manipur University, NIS Patiala, and lots of, most of the institutes, these are the leading institutes in sports education. Now, annual graduates in physical education. कितने लोग पढ़ के निकल रहे हैं physical education में? BPEd, BPES, MPEd, more than 50,000 teachers we are producing every year. And see this data, that only 37.8% is getting the job. 46.2% is left without job. They are shifting in their career in different areas. And out of this 37.8%, only employer distribution is 16% in the government sector. So see this, that out of this 50,000, only 37% is getting the job. Now, what is the challenges and why I am here to discuss with you? And I told lots of people that we should come together for this sports education program. Now, we come together as a sports and physical education. There is no standardized curricula. I mentioned here that Government of India, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports, earlier last year, formed a committee of revamping of sports, physical education in country. I was one of the members, Dr. Pradeep Datta sir was one of the members, NSU Vice Chancellor, LNIP Vice Chancellor was one of the members, and we find that curriculum difference is there, not only in government institutes, also private institutes. They are running their own curriculum. Curriculum is differ from northeast to northern region. And then shortage of trained faculty in sports science and management. Government of India, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports given the grant for almost 12 institutes in India. Rajiv Gandhi University is one of them, Central University of Rajasthan, and started some courses of physical sports sciences courses, like MSc in sports physiology, MSc in sports nutrition. So, in these institutes, there is shortage of trained faculty. I asked one of the faculty member, one of the ministry officials, Sir, we have started the MSc in sports biomechanics, but we don't have the faculty for sports biomechanics. And we got the only 4 or 5 admission in that courses. Why we are spending that much of money in sports biomechanics? तो उस मिनिस्ट्री ऑफिसर्स ने कहा मुझसे सर कि थोड़े टाइम के बाद जब ये 5-6 बच्चे निकलेंगे यही फैकल्टी हो जाएंगे. Those who are training MSc ले रहे हैं वही बाद में फैकल्टी में काम करेंगे एंड वही हो रहा है. And in sufficient infrastructure and research facility, especially research facility. So already we all knows that sports science plays an important role in performance enhancement. Now it's a very important point, and those who are sitting on of the dais, our esteemed faculty member, we don't have any regulatory body for sports education. We are only one regulatory body for physical education, that is called the National Council for Teacher Education. All the courses related to physical education is run by the National Council for Teacher Education. And you all will surprise that in the National Council for Teacher Education Gazette notification, there is no word of physical education. There is no word of physical education. And that body is looking the matter of 668 colleges of country. There is no single representation in that body, that gazette of physical education in the council. They have the representation of environment science, they have the representation of social science, they have the representation of each faculty like physics, chemistry, science, everything. But they don't have the single representation of physical education, and that body looks the matter of physical education. It's very surprisingly, and it's looking from the 1992. Now another point is that National Council for Teacher Education is looking the matter of physical education in country, but for sports science, sports education related subject, there is no regulatory body who can hold the regulation for the sports science related subject, sports management related subject. Any university can open the BSc sports coaching, any university can open the BSc sports science, and with their own capacity, they form a one committee, RRC, their committee for curriculum development, and that committee member develop the physical education curriculum for the BSc sports coaching, sports science, lots of subject is coming, sports nutrition, bachelor science. But there is no such regulatory body who can control their curriculum, their criterias. Only UGC is giving the permission for opening these courses, and once the person did the BSc sports science, and after that he is coming for the BPEd, because इंडिया में नौकरी सिर्फ BPEd करने से ही लगती है. आई एम राइट? तो वो BSc स्पोर्ट्स साइंस करने का कोई मतलब नहीं रहता. देयर इज नो स्पेशलाइज्ड एरिया. सो देयर इज अ नीड फॉर द इवन कुछ अच्छी बातें भी हुई हैं देश में. That like IIT, IIM started the sports quota. This year IIT Madras got the 5 engineering 5% from sports quota in their engineering courses. So these are some integration of sports with academic institutions, encouraging sports entrepreneurship. One of the very important thing for the physical education teachers, earlier in slide that there are 67% less job. Why? Because in physical education curriculum, we all focus, single focus job in physical education. No business model, no company formation, nothing related to the doing the event management company. We focused only on after completing this BPEd, MPEd, we will go for the jobs. So there is a need for encouraging sports entrepreneurship and business management in sports and interdisciplinary approach to the sports education. So further, this is my recommendation on behalf of PEFI. What is the roadmap for the future reform? This is one of the, that we all should demand to the government that there should be a regulatory body. There should be a regulatory body for the physical, not for the physical education, including all subjects of the sports education. like sports science, sports coaching, and all other subjects. Simultaneously, India there is a 9 state sports university and 2 national sports university. We should plan that every state should have at least 1 state sports university. But state university should not focus on the physical education. It should be focused on the sports related subject, sports science related subject, which is the primary objective of sports. Because already we are running the 668 physical education colleges in country. So opening one more university in the physical who will run the physical education courses will not give the boost for the sports in country. Another is the increasing funding for the grassroots level training program and encouraging private sector involving through CSR partner. And this is role for our private sector and industry collaboration. This is very less in the physical education segment. And corporate partnership in developing infrastructures under CSR. I would like to mention here that PEFI under CSR running some state-of-the-art Center of Sports Excellence. 5 Center of Sports Excellence we are running under the CSR project. Encouraging startup in sports technology and analytics. Hosting international sporting events to boost investment in sports. And for the policy recommendation for the next decade is the strengthening school and university level sports participation. We all know, and before 3 days back, we got one news in the Dainik Bhaskar on research basis that 2 players जिन्होंने कभी handball नहीं खेली थी and they participated in the SGFI handball tournament by giving the money, bribe. So there should be developed some ecosystem for sustainable sports career and bridging the gap between academic and practical sports training. And as you all know that we are bidding for the 2036 Olympics. So it will be the vision for the 2036 Olympic. Beyond infrastructure, developing world-class athletes and coaches, strategic investment in talent identification and training, and positioning India as a global leader in sports education. I would like to mention here that with the collaboration of the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Sports, I would like to mention here that government is very interested to develop the PE. As Physical Education Foundation of India is closely working with the physical education related segment with the government of India. So we propose that we should do the survey, which should be nationwide survey on the status of physical education and sports in Indian school education system. And they have given the this national level research project for the PEFI, and we are continuously doing so. I request those who are working, they can scan this QR code for survey, where you can put the information what is the current status for physical education in school level. I request to each and everyone to kindly fill this survey form and also promote in your areas also, so that the problems which PE is facing, especially physical education teacher facing in school education, can help in the future policy making. And this is our summary, that policy intervention, national sports policy, RI, national education policy में PE is playing an important role. Educational integral part होना चाहिए curriculum का हमारे का, and career opportunity. Graduate of BPEd and MPEd can pursue diverse career in education, coaching and sports management. Sports scholar advancement and future roadmap. So somehow this is my presentation for you, with this request that we all should come together on one umbrella and fight for our rights to establish one separate body for the sports education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Piyush Jain, he very precisely all the aspects of the policy program and the future roadmap he presented in his paper. And so this is very interesting, and for the precaution of future physical education and sports science and sports education, we need to think from the right beginning, and we need to generalize more and more, and we need to understand the NCTE program and the UGC program. There is some contradiction also in terms of the employability. These are all things we need to know that. So this is open session. Please, anybody else have any discussion, any query? Just now, very fortunately, we have our Dr. Piyush Jain. We can have a discussion with him. Please.
So any question? Otherwise, मैं भी अलेक्जेंडर सर की तरह समझूंगा या तो आप लोग सभी कुछ जान गए या आप लोगों ने कुछ भी नहीं जाना.
Good afternoon, sir. It's me, Somar Sankhil, from the Department of Physical Education and Sports Science in second semester. Sir, I have a few questions that I want to ask as being the Secretary in Physical Education Foundation of India. Number one is the challenges faced in physical education. And as you have mentioned about being a physical educationist, we only look for a job in a government teacher. So the reason why I want to ask is, under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, SAI as being the apex body. And I have been observing and I have been talking with the member of the SAI, and we hardly get a member from our physical education who have expertise in this concerned field working in a SAI. And in SAI, most of the like assistant director, back in 2022, the government has made a new rule that those who clear till interview in UPSC who have no knowledge about physical education and sports science has been the head. So now let's say I want to start a grassroots foundation in football in my areas. And the main purpose is like, I don't have no resource. But under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, there is a scheme that I need to apply through a SAI. But as I have said, it's very difficult to get it because there are lots of procedure and the system of the India that also led to the downfall of the physical education impact in the society. And second is, sir, as being a physical educationist, what are the role that I can impact to the government? Okay, this is the need of physical education in each school. Let's say government has come up with new policy that from class 6 onward, students need to be taught.
My dear, please come to the specific question.
Okay, sir, I'll just conclude about the data entry about the AI. Same as what are the impact that as a physical educationist, we can impact to the government that it's a necessary, like right to education, like right to have a physical education in its government school. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. It was nice. You have asked 3 questions. One is what is the challenges for physical education in country? Number 1, a big challenge for physical education that out of this 668 college, 600 colleges is running without classes. This is one of the very important challenge. Since Kashmir to Kanyakumari, I know each and every college. Manipur University, those the colleges which is running by the government sector, they are good. But I can give some example that Jivaji University is a Madhya Pradesh government state university, and you will not believe, since its starting physical education department, till date there are only 2 permanent posts. So now think that if your department is not having any permanent faculty, what type of teacher we are producing? We are producing every year 100 teachers, 100 teacher, and we don't have the teachers to teach them. So the important part is that what type of product we are giving in the society. This is one of the very important challenge. I believe that out of this 50,000 product which comes every year in the market as name of the PE teachers, 30,000 is useless. Even they can't write their own name. So it's a big challenge that our system should be like that teachers, जिन teachers को पढ़ाना है उन्हीं को कुछ नहीं आता. Number 1. So they are searching the job in government sector. Because when you are in government sector, there is no, we can say, कोई जवाबदारी ही नहीं है. So every physical education teacher wants to be government job. I know lots of schools, they are paying salary 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs, 2 lakhs rupees. But we need the good PE teacher who have the good communication skill, good behavior, how to teach with the children at age group. You can't, अब वो जमाना गया कि आप डंडे से हाँक दोगे बच्चों को. So it's a big challenge that communication skills should be good. There is no नौकरी की कोई कमी नहीं है physical education में. In a good school. But lots of my colleagues, my PEFI members is in good position. So it's a big challenge that the colleges which is running the BPEd courses, they should be strictly follow the guidelines. NCT ने guidelines बना दिए हैं, but there is no sense of these guidelines. Second question is SAI. Earlier SAI में एक बड़ा डिपार्टमेंट हुआ करता था फिजिकल एजुकेशन, nowadays नहीं है ना प्रदीप दत्ता सर? SAI का जो काम है ना, the work of SAI is a little bit shifted towards the high performance, sending teams, making teams, and all other things. So SAI is not more focusing on physical education, but you can clap that first time in the SAI governing body, I was appointed as a member of governing body from the physical education background. Now we are trying that how we can put more physical education in SAI, but physical education is not a priority of the SAI because lots of other institutes is pertaining the matter of physical education. And another one very important, मैं ज़्यादा time तो नहीं ले रहा sir. Another very important part is that there are two things. One is the physical education, another is the sports. Sports matter is looking after the Ministry of Youth Friend Sports. And physical education matter is looking after the Ministry of Education. So, and if we see the Ministry of Education work, physical education is just like a very small, teeny, peanut type of things for the Ministry of Education. So they don't bother about the physical education. So if it comes under the Ministry of Sports, because sports and physical education both are the integral part for the development, for getting the medal and for the making the society healthy. So one of the very important thing is that Ministry of National Council for Teacher Education is the part of the Ministry of Education. That's why I am advocating that physical education or sports education council should comes under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. If it comes under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, then policy will make for the point of sports perspective point of. Nowadays, Ministry of Education is not bothered about the physical education. And third question was, एक और question था ना उसका. So these are the normally my answer of your questions. Yes.
Yes. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Sanjebam Jadli Maitai, an alumni of Department of Physical Education, Manipur University. And my question is that, sir, you mentioned about government policies and 2036 Olympics. But in our country like India, most of the talent come from rural areas. But when a policy is implemented by the government, it is been implemented late, and that too in the urban area first and later in the rural areas. Almost like when it reaches rural areas, government decides for a new policy. So my question is that what are the things that we physical educationists and you from Physical Education Foundation of India can do to minimize these problems? Thank you.
Yes, very good question. I request to all of you to join PEFI. PEFI is not mine. PEFI is yours. It's a national body of the physical education teachers of country, which is duly recognized by the government of India. You form PEFI in your state, like Manipur state is headed by Dr. Leshram Thambal. Dr. Santosh is the joint secretary for the national level. You form your district body here, your state body in Manipur, or at any place of the country, and then advocate what is your problem. Because sports is a state subject. Sports is not in the concurrent list of the government of India. Whatever is problem you are facing in the sports in policy level, it is only your problem, Manipur problem. Not your problem is not related with the Arunachal, because it's a state-related subject. So, as part of PEFI, if you are interested, you can put down problems of your areas and then address these problems with the government of Manipur, sports department. Continuously, if you will do this thing, definitely change will come. Problem is that कि हमने एक बार तो चिट्ठी लिख दी गवर्नमेंट को for some work, we can't follow them. But as in PEFI, I follow always. That's why the following changes are coming. You know, UGC has given some regular draft regulation for the director, assistant director and deputy director post. And they mentioned that if you are the national sports medalist and undergraduate, you can become the assistant director of the university or college. If you participated in Olympic, Asian Games or Commonwealth Championship and undergraduate, you can become the deputy director of any university. You know, if you are medalist in Olympic, Commonwealth, Paralympic, you can become the director of any university. So we should approach that we are getting the BPEd, MPEd, NET, PhD, and then we are getting the director post. I am not against any sports person, but for our right, we should write UGC according to. PEFI is doing its work, and I also request you also come, like for the national survey, you can play your role as a participant in the national survey. This will also help in the government and policy making. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Piyush Jain, he had a very nice presentation, very, very thought-provoking presentation. I have to say that policy intervention and the future roadmap in sports education in India. This this can be discussed on another platform specifically for these objectives and aims. So now the three eminent personalities had presented on the different these topics and the very interesting topics they had. Now I would like to request my co-chairperson, Dr. Shaun, to have a summarize this presentation of all these topics.
Good evening to all the dignitaries, esteemed keynote speakers, delegates, chairperson, organizing committee members, colleagues, and dear scholars and students of Manipur University. Firstly, I would take some moments to express my gratitude to the organizing and joint organizing secretary and the entire organizing team of this 3-day international conference for giving this opportunity. I, as a co-chairperson of this session, take this opportunity on behalf of chairperson and on my personal behalf to formally conclude the scientific session, stressing upon few of the takeaway points given by our learned speakers here in this very session today. So to start with the first speaker, we had Professor Alexander presenting on the long-term talent development stakeholders from family to national team. Very rightly, based on the present scenario worldwide, it was emphasized that yes, young children especially, their talent are not being exposed properly because of the sedentary lifestyle in which they are getting too much involved in. So as a result, the majority of the child in the young age, tender age, they are facing the problem of obesity. And yes, alongside with emphasizing certain things on developing the child throughout and making them sail in the athletic career, we need to hunt or search for the talent first. Yes, and identifying the talent and letting them sail through the and exposing their potentiality will definitely lead towards creating a better and healthy future. And that was, in a nutshell, the few points on the first presentation. Moving on to the next, we had Professor Rajesh Kumar emphasizing on role of physical education in children development among Indian schools. Again, in our context, especially in our nation, building something from scratch needs too much of hard work, effort, and obviously dedication. So there are many traditional games which are played which the child actually plays. It was very rightly emphasized that the role of teacher, especially in context to physical education teacher or coaches, we play a very big role towards shaping the future of a child, so that the person comes out from the comfort zone of the technology which they are getting indulged in day by day. They come out, they participate, and they can explore and develop their physical pursuits. It was very fruitfully exposed by the speaker and highlighted numerous points which actually fosters child development in the Indian educational portfolio. So lastly, moving ahead towards the last speaker of this session, Dr. Piyush Jain, presented on policy intervention and future roadmap for sports education in India. Sir highlighted on recent government policies and promoting sports nationwide. A tally was shown where it was emphasized that out of 668 institutions, only 12% of the government sectors actually attempts towards offering physical education program, along with the other institutions in the other sectors as well. So, and there is a very high threat which was very rightly pointed out, and we all face certain problems. It's regarding to the employment rate. So, to conclude, there are many or numerous challenges, I guess, but I'm sure that by you at the side and with many more, the work which the PEFI is actually doing and working towards making or shaping the sports culture and education in our nation, bringing it to or making us or helping us to see the brighter side of sports education. I'm sure that with Sir's effort, we will be seeing a bright sports future in our country. So lastly, I put a note of thanks to the keynote speakers, taking time and effort to present on some of the very practical and useful topics. So thank you speakers, thank you chairperson, and thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is the time to release our eminent three speakers. Thank you so much.
Hello. Once again, good evening, everyone. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our respected chairperson, co-chairperson, and distinguished spokesperson. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations. Now, we have a certificate distribution ceremony. Sorry. Now we have photo session, so I would like to join all the faculty members for the photo session. And now we have a certification distribution ceremony. So I would like to request to distribute the certificate to all our distinguished spoken person. Thank you so much. Thank you once again, everyone present here. So, the second session of today, 3 days international conference on exploring current trends in physical education and sports science, innovation, challenges, and opportunity will be in here. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Once again, everyone, good evening, one and all person over here. And welcome to the third plenary sessions of 3-day international conference on exploring current trend in physical education and sports science, innovation, challenge, and opportunities. First and foremost, it is my pleasure to introduce the chairpersons of this session, respected Chair, Professor T. Inaubi Singh, former Dean, School of Education, Manipur University. Sir, please come on the stage. Next, I would like to request today's respected co-chairperson, Dr. Nomaitem Surinder Singh, Assistant Professor, Lakshmi Bai National Institute of Physical Education, NARC, Guwahati, Assam, on the stage. Sir, please. Next, I would like to request all the speakers of this third session, respected Sir, Professor M. Ilya Raja, Department of Physical Education and Sport, Podhizari University. Sir, please on the stage. Next, I would like to request respected Sir, Professor Sambhu Prasad, Professor and Dean Faculty of Physical Education and Sport Science, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. Sir, please on the stage. Next, I would like to request Professor Saram Upendra Singh, Head Department of Statistics, Manipur University, on the stage. Please, sir. Now, I would like to request Assistant Professor Dr. N. Pungding to kindly felicitate the chairperson, co-chairperson, and speaker of this session with the Lengan fee. Kana? Kana? Now I would like to request the speaker of this session, respected Professor Sambhu Prasad, Professor and Dean Faculty of Physical Education and Sports Science, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. Now I would like to request Dr. N. Pungding to kindly felicitate the chairperson, co-chairperson, and speaker of this session with the Lengan fee. Thank you, sir. May I request the chairperson and co-chairperson to take the session ahead. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Sorry. Now I would like to request Dr. Pungding to kindly felicitate the speaker of the session. Thank you, sir. May I request to chairperson and co-chairperson to take the session ahead. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Once again, all the participants and all the lit paper speakers, I will try to complete in the stipulated time because since long back from the morning we are spending here. So first, let me take the opportunity to introduce about my co-chairperson and my speakers. My co-chairperson, his name is Nongmaitham Surinder Singh. He is an assistant professor in Department of Physical Education in LNIP Sonipur, Assam. Then he is taking charge of the intramural coordinator of the LNIP Northeast Regional Center also. Then first, from the speaker, Professor first speaker, Professor M. Ileras, is eminent in the field of physical education and sports science. He is specialized in exercise physiology, and he is working in the Pondicherry University, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, and also he is taking charge of Director of Sports in the university over and above his Norman duty. Then number two, Professor Sambhu Prasad. He also eminent from the field of physical education and sports science in the specialization in biomechanics in sports. He is a professor in the Rajiv Gandhi University of Arunachal Pradesh. Then third, Professor S. Upendra Singh, Head Department of Statistics, Manipur University. He is in the field of physical in the statistics. He always helping to our department for the solve and for analysis of our scholars. He is a specialization in the sampling and the reliability theory in the statistics. So now I request to all the speakers, please kindly take your own 10 minutes. Then I will be allow them for interaction for at least 1 or 2 questions because time is stipulated. Then we are very late according to the schedule. So please kindly take your time with the stipulated time. Thank you. Now first please go. Yeah, Professor Ileras.
Happy evening to all. Respected Chairperson, my brother Inobi Singh, Co-Chairperson, and dear Santosh, all the faculty members of this Department of Physical Education and Sports, Manipur University, learned faculty members from various universities from Malaysia. Really, it's my pleasure to stand before you all. I'm working in the Department of Physical Education as a professor and also director in charge in Pondicherry Central University. My presentation topic is sports science, a continuous game changer. See, when I got a call from Santosh, I thought what topic I can present. See, it's not my research topic, but as a physical education teacher, what I felt, because I completed my master's degree almost 24 years before, most of the time, whatever we studied, we are applying in our training, coaching programs or in our physical education curriculum also. But change is the permanent thing in the world. So when sports science or research program finding some new inventions, most of the time we are not updating or sometimes we are not able to apply in our programs. So what I thought, I can give some example of what are the various scientific inventions or changes which is easy, but we can apply in our curriculum or we can apply in our training schedules. With that idea, I came with this topic. See, of course, that there is no change or no other opinion that sports science is a very important area. Lot of research findings are happening. People are doing research and they are publishing in Q1 journals or Scopus Index or Web of Science Index journals. Earlier, if you say you are a good researcher, people will agree based on your face value. Now, if you say you are a good researcher, they will never accept based on your face value. Immediately, they will check what is your H index, I-10 index, what are your publications, all those things. So, it is a right time. We have to apply scientific inventions in our physical education program through which we can equip our knowledge and also we can equip our athletes' performance. See, we all know that stretching is a very important thing because during our school days, our physical education teachers used to say that you have to do stretching exercise before doing any physical activity or sports education. That means playing basketball, football, likewise. But late 1980s, after 80s, lot of research finding quotes, if you do static stretching exercises before vigorous activity, it minimizes your strength and power outputs. But still, lot of school education program, if you see, they will go do lot of 1, 2, 3. Likewise, they do lot of stretching exercises before taking part. Please understand, I never say that don't do static stretching exercises or stretches. Stretches are their own benefits. There is no doubt at all. But before competition, for example, if you are a javelin thrower, if you are a volleyball player, if you are going to take part in a vigorous competitive sports, if you are doing static stretching exercises, what is happening in our body? When you, physiologically people are saying actually, when you stretch your muscle, you are sending a message to your brain that you are going to relax. That means, I think you people know about parasympathetic and sympathetic dominance in our body. When you stretch statically for the particular muscle group for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, you are sending a message that he or she is going to relax. But immediately after your static stretching, you are going to play cricket, throwing the ball forcefully or hitting the ball powerfully, likewise. But it is totally vice versa. So the best method is actually, still people wanted to use, last 40 years I'm doing stretching exercises, I want to use the term stretching. You can call it as dynamic stretching. But don't do static stretching exercises before your vigorous activity. But for relaxation purpose, if you do, it is okay. But that means yoga we are doing or some meditation we are doing to relax our body. The same way, you can do stretching exercises to cool down or relax your body. That is the best method. But for a vigorous activity, that means as a warm-up, if you do static stretching, it is not good. That's what I said. Sports science is a continuous game changer. Lot of research findings supported that mobility exercises, that is what they're calling as actually. Mobility is the best way of doing warm-up than static stretching exercises. Why I'm saying actually a lot of debates will come. People never accept that because we are following it for so many years. So, but lot of Q1 journals or Web of Science Index journals are supporting, evidences are there. If you do static stretching exercises, it inhibits your strength and power outputs up to 45 minutes to 60 minutes period. So just imagine if you are a badminton player, your tournament will be over, your game will be over. 45 minutes to 50 minutes period or 60 minutes period. So that is one thing I wanted to. The second one, based on my experience, I came with this. As a physical educationist, we are telling about the benefits of doing physical education and sports activities, right? It is doing physical act, when you want to motivate people, just tell these ideas to your students and people, those who loves you. Because doing physical activity, people think, what is the benefit of doing physical activity or sports? It is a kind of an investment policy. Instead of investing in LIC policy, because if you invest in LIC policy, you will not enjoy that. Hope you all understand that. LIC policy will be enjoyed by somebody. But if you invest time on your sports science and physical activity, especially women, a lot of women participating in this conference, after menopause, women prone to more of osteoporosis, that means weakening of bone conditions. See, this I got a UGC Research Award in the year 2018. The topic is different impact exercise on bone mineral density. If you do physical activity, people think that only high impact exercises are good, because which is high impact? For example, playing volleyball is a high impact sport, right? Walking is a moderate or low impact sport. Cycling is a non-impact sport. Swimming is a non-impact sport. But when I do research, and based on my understanding, even low impact activities also beneficial for your bone mineral density, BMD. So you can avoid bone related, that means osteoporosis condition. So sometimes we cannot avoid, we can prevent. Instead of getting the problem in the age of 45, we can postpone to 65 or 70. So when you do physical activity, especially moderate impact or low impact exercise, what is impact? When frequent contact is there with the ground, automatically Newton's third law applies. So your impact is there. So doing impact exercise is very beneficial for your bone mineral density. So that's what I said. We have to accept. Why? Because initially what I thought, only high impact exercises are very beneficial for bone density. But of course, if you do high impact exercises, sometimes it leads to injury. So moderate or low impact bone exercises are very beneficial for your bone density. See, there is a kind of a myth. Why sports science is very important, why we have to do research or we have to update our knowledge. Most of the time I'm seeing in my television, in my place actually, people are coming and saying, sir, you can use sauna belt, you can sit, you can relax yourself, watch newspaper, watching TV, but you can reduce your body weight. They are promoting every time advertisement is coming. So people are getting an idea, oh, there is no need to go to playground or playing sports or any activity. Simply sitting, we can reduce our body weight. But as a physical educationist, it is our job. When you conduct physical education classes for your students, you have to educate them. What is the science behind this? So when you use sauna belt, what is happening actually? Very simple. Just it is eliminating water from your body. It is not helping you to reduce your body fat permanently. Or it is not helping you to develop your muscular strength or bone strength. So simply by advertising, people are cheating, and even all our general population think that, okay, if it, see what they're thinking, within 10 days, you can reduce 7 to 8 kilograms. They're saying actually. It is a fact actually. If you use that sauna belt continuously, it increases your heat. When heat increases, automatically fluids eliminate from your body. Almost 70 to 75% of our body weight is actually fluid. So body fat, the body weight reduction, immediately you are seeing. Then they are happy. Oh, it's very easy. With the simple belt, we are reducing this. But actually speaks, if you use frequently, what will happen? You lose important minerals and salts because of elimination of more amount of water. It may lead to a serious condition, that means dehydration. It leads to sometimes death also. So we have to educate our athletes. We have to educate our common people. That means when seeing advertisement, what is the scientific information, whether it is correct or not. We have to educate them. Simply, last one, high altitude. When you go to high altitude, we will get the benefit of, that means we can see that our Indian athletes, hockey players or endurance athletes are going to high altitude to develop their endurance. But as a physical educationist, for example, Pondicherry is a seashore. We don't have a hill nearer to my place. That means altitude place, high altitude place. So now, if there is no scope of high altitude, there is an option. Research finding says you can create a hypoxic chamber. In that chamber, if your athletes are staying and if they are undergoing training, there is a possibility of enhancement of their aerobic capacity, through which we can enhance our athletic performance. So that's what I said. There are so many informations available in this PPT, but I wanted to restrict with few information. Sports science is a continuous game changer. As a physical educationist or sports science professional, we have to update our knowledge. We have to see what is happening currently in the sports science profession in the world. What kind of research is going on? If it is really fruitful, we have to apply to our athletes and also to our physical education professionals, sometimes for common people. That is what I came with this idea. So I really thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. So please do quality research and study quality research publications, apply in your curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Then now I open for at least 2 questions from the audience, please. So anybody wants? Nobody. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And next, may I request and I invite Professor Sambhu Prasad for taking your time.
You can use this remote also to change the slide.
Open it. Not visible.
A very good evening to one and all. Respected chairperson, co-chairperson on the dais, and my colleague presenters, dignitaries, delegates. Today I'll be presenting a very important topic. And why it is important? Because these days the indigenous games are going away from us. So we have to bring them back. My presentation basically consists of three parts. First, I'll be talking about IKS, that is Indian Knowledge System, and then second, the Bharatiya Khel, and the last paragraph will be of the digital addiction, where we are moving. And the things which I have taken, all are copyright, and it is only used for educational purpose. So this is Indian Knowledge System. It's an innovative cell under Ministry of Education, New Delhi. And it is established to promote interdisciplinary research in all aspects of IKS, preserve and disseminate IKS for further research and societal applications. It will actively engage for spreading the rich heritage of our country and traditional knowledge in the field of arts, literature, social science, agriculture, basic science, engineering and technology, architecture, management, economics, education, physical education, etc. And this is about the Indian Knowledge System. I have taken from the website. You can visit to the website. Everything is available over there. They have their own vision, mission. The vision is to promote interdisciplinary research on all aspects of Indian knowledge system, preserve and disseminate Indian knowledge system for further research and societal applications. They have the core principles. They have three core principles. One is Parampara, Drishti and Lokik Prayojana. In Parampara, embracing the knowledge, the rich heritage and lineage of Indian knowledge system, and the IKS division aim to uphold and carry forward the wisdom that has been passed down through generations. The second is Drishti. Indian knowledge system offer unique preservatives that makes this knowledge system Bharatiya and hold immense value in addressing contemporary and emerging challenges. The third is Lokik Prayojana. The IKS division aims to highlight the practical utility of the Indian knowledge system to solve the current and emerging problems of India and the world. So this is they are working on these core principles of these three principles. Then if you visit to the website, they have the events uploaded in the website every year. and they have their different centers also. Like you can see, around 27 IKS research centers are there all over India. And IKS teachers training centers in 17 teachers training centers are there. Then 7 IKS Bhasa Kendra is there. So this was all about the IKS. Now I am shifting to Bharatiya Khel. Bharatiya Khel, it's an initiative of the IKS division of the ministry. The Honorable Education Minister Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, along with Honorable Minister Sri Amit Shah, launched an initiative called 75 Bharatiya Khel in schools in the year 2022. And as we know that since ancient times, Bharata, one of the world's oldest continuously living civilization, has evolved some of the most captivating games to keep individuals and communities creatively entertained. The rich traditions of Bharatiya Khel, consisting of hundreds of indoor and outdoor fun activities, captures the geographical diversity of the different region and incorporates features of their nature escape, their philosophy, their culture, and the mindset of the people. And I'll tell you one thing, that IKS, they have the target to collect 75 different games, indigenous games. And at present, they have 12 plus available games. The rules and regulations, everything is available. And more than 14,000 plus teachers have joined. And 1,200 school joined and 10,000 students. The primary objective of getting students to learn and play these 75 Bharatiya games are to have joy of discovering the game, to have healthy body, healthy resilient mind, good team player and leaders, nurture intergenerational connections, foster a sense of national integrations. And they have their competitions. You can make a video of indigenous games and go to the website. You can upload your whole games, rules and regulations, and that will your game will be selected. There is a committee. The committee member will screen your game, and they will select, and that game will be uploaded in the website. And every month they used to have their monthly games. Like you can see that Lagori Pittu. This is one of the games we used to generally play. Then this Gilli Danda. Different regions, they have their different names of this Gilli Danda game. Then they have identified these 75 games. And out of 75 games, 12 plus games have their own rules and regulation. It is there in the website. So now these games are disappearing these days. You will not find. And why I am telling that these games are very important, because this not only plays for leisure time, but it develops, the overall development of child also takes place when they take part in these kind of activities. Intellectual development is there. Team spirit is there. Competitiveness is developed through these type of games. Now I'll explore some of the traditional games of Arunachal Pradesh, which are thoroughly enjoyed in the region of Arunachal Pradesh. One game is that we known as bamboo wrestling. They used to make one circle, and a player will compete each other, and they'll push. The other player, if goes out, who is inside, he'll the winner. So this is one of the indigenous games. Then another game is that bamboo rhythmic dance. This game also played with the help of music. Music will play and they will have to jump. Dal tuck, one of the game is there, bamboo walk. They will stand on the bamboo and there will be a race. Who comes first or who closes finish, he'll be the winner. Bamboo climbing, I'll show you one video. बैक कैसे जाएगा? How to go back? Wait. Okay. Now this is the bibliographic presentations. You can see a lot of research has been conducted. The keywords you can find: physical activity, health and fitness, exercise and sports. You have around 49.34 citations and H index is 107. The publications are there, literatures are available. This is the graphical presentation. Now, the main digital addictions. We have started from 4 and again we are moving back. So this is the generation how we are moving toward. We have to think on it. Technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous ruler. The world, the digital world or addiction world we can call. We are sitting together, but with the gadget. We are not talking to each other. At home also, at the time of having food, walking, cycling, leisure time, every time we are with the gadget. So, we have to think on this direction, where we are moving. Addiction in child. I have mentioned the 5 points this is. Is your child restless, irritable, or stressed when there isn't a screen around? Number 1. Number 2, does your child skip family activities or cut out early so he or she can get back their electronic gadgets? Number 3, is your child's schoolwork suffering because he or she spends too much time gaming or texting? Number 4, does your child seems to crave more screen time? Number 5, do you catch your child cheating on the limits you set for screen time? If you have answered yes to any of the previous 5 questions, caution is your child is suffering from digital addiction. Another thing, sociological issues. Earlier we used to go in the ground to play football, volleyball, whatever. These days, we are going to the ground but sitting with the gadgets. We are playing football in mobile. And no one is there to play. In office also, we are sitting, having cup of tea, but with gadget. The greatest mental health crisis of the next generation is technology addiction.
Please try to summarize.
By limiting the time wasted on your phone, laptop and other electronic gadgets, you can enjoy your immediate surrounding free of distraction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, anybody wants to query about this and the understanding about this? Please, now I am open for the asking question from the audience. So, anybody? Okay, then thank you. Thank you very much. Now next, may I request Professor O. Upendra Singh.
Thank you. Respected Chairperson, Professor T. Naubi Singh, Co-Chairperson, Dr. Nomaithem Sohinder Singh, and respected invited speakers, Professor M. Ilyaraja, Professor Sambhu Prasad, and respected invited speaker who are of the dais, and invitees, faculty members from different countries, different states of India, research scholar, and my dear student, ladies and gentlemen. Our topic, application of block total response technique in case of one sensitive binary feature, special reference to bodybuildings. Myself, Upendra Salam, Department of Statistics, Manipur University, and with my friend L. Santosh Singh, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Manipur University. In this study, we propose to estimate the proportion of incidence of binary feature based on taking substances that affect the bodybuilder, considering 50 bodybuilders using the block total response technique introduced by Salam Sinha 2023. In survey, we generally faced the problem when we have a sensitive variable. The sensitive variable in the sense, for example, addiction of drug, extramarital affairs, being a habitual gambler, and these are the examples of sensitive variables. The data does obtain by direct question to such sensitive question. We will face the problem to give the valid inference about the population parameter. That's why in 1965, Werner introduced a novel technique known as randomized response technique. Shortly, we know it RRT. We refer the books on RRT, Fox and Tracy, Chaudhary and Mukherjee, Hidayat and Sinha, Chaudhary and Christophite. After this RRT, Raghav Rao and Federer in 1979 introduced a new technique known as block total response technique. In this block total response technique, there are V regular qualitative features and only one sensitive qualitative feature. This is denoted by Q star. And total number of qualitative feature is V plus 1. Then a block of question which contain R regular qualitative features and a single sensitive qualitative feature Q star provide to the respondent, and the respondent provide block total response in terms of overall scores without divulging any response to the specific question, maybe regular qualitative feature or sensitive qualitative features. So this is the nature of the block total response technique. Then in 2023, myself and one of my collaborators from Indian Statistical Institute extended Raghav Rao's concept for finding the proportion of incidence binary features based on sensitive quality. This is the formula we have introduced in 2023. Then I discussed with our friend Dr. L. Santosh Singh. I told all the history about the concept of this BTRT. Then I and Sir Santosh take a survey on use of asteroid. So whenever we asked to the bodybuilders, have you used this asteroid? They never say yes. So that's why we want to predict the proportion of the bodybuilders who use this asteroid. But we cannot find the person to person who use this. So we take randomly 50 bodybuilders and we use Salam Sinha 2023. So in this method, number of block is 5 and the regular qualitative feature is 10 and the number of plot is 4, replication is 2. I am giving this all explanation with an example. Regular qualitative features means simple-minded question, which are not sensitive question. So V means regular qualitative features. That means simple-minded question. So this is 10. So we use 10 question. These are very simple, which are not related to the sensitive question. Question number 1, are you married? Everybody can answer yes or no. Question number 2, do you use sports shoes during gym, workout? They can answer yes or no. All the questions should be yes or no type answer. 3, have you ever participated in bodybuilding competition? Do you prefer free weights over machines for your workout? Have you ever participated in a bodybuilding competition? This question is repeated 2 times. Please excuse. Do you follow a specific meal plan for muscle gain? Do you track your workout and progress regularly? Do you use a workout log or application to monitor your progress? Do you consider bodybuilding a lifestyle choice? 10. Do you consider yourself a serious bodybuilder? These are the regular, simple-minded questions. And the last question is sensitive question. Do you use any steroids for your benefits? So arrangement is like this. Block is 5 and 50 bodybuilders we have classified like this. Block 1, 9 respondents. Block 2, 9 up to 5, 9. And the B0 block, this is adjusted block. That's why the number of respondents is 5. All total, this should be 50. And part A, we arrange question number 1, question number 2, question number 3, question number 4 in block 1. And the remaining question Q star, Q5, Q6, Q7 up to Q10 in part B. So after arranging all these things, we have to give to the respondents who are allocated in the block. Suppose I am in the block 1, then we supply block 1 question set containing Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. These are compulsory. Compulsory in the sense whether he or she give the answer or not, that's his independent, but they have to attempt these 4 questions. From part B, we have to choose 2 questions. It may contain sensitive question or may not be. But he or she should select 2 questions from the part B. So I have a chance to give 6 questions for those respondents who are in block A, block 1. Block 2 also, they have chance giving 6 questions. So the respondents should give only the total number of score. That is, there are 6 questions, I can give only 3. 3 means yes 3. Number of yes is 3. I have to provide only the number of yes by divulging all the answer of the questions. So, last what we get block wise. In block 1, number of score is 30. Number of respondents is 9. In block 2, 45, block 3, 50, block 4, 35, block 5, 55, and block 6, 45. Then we can get average score. First block 3.3, second block 5, third 5.5, so on. So here we get number of replication is 2. Number of replication in the sense, here you can see question number 1 is repeated in 2 times in part A. This is called repetition. And this big delta K equal to 8.2. This is the block total of the adjusted block. That means here B0, B0 block. Total of this block is known as big delta K. This is 8.2, alpha is 0.1, beta equal to 0.26. And the sum of these block average is 23.1. By using our formula, we get P star S3 equal to 0.593. This means 59 person use asteroid. These are the references, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Upendra. It's very interesting, and sometimes it's very important for us also. But one thing, before I open the question, I would like to one from your side clarification.
Please, sir.
How you make the binary 10 question? What is the status of that question?
This is a simple-minded question, sir. It is not related to the sensitive variable. That means use of asteroid. You can ask whether you are belongs to any community or this or that. This is simple-minded question. There is no rule for this simple-minded question.
This is created by you. You make
this
question.
Yes, these questions has been
okay. This
created
question, assessment can be used in the different situation, in the different sex or different stages or different discipline in the sports.
Yes. But the study variable should be sensitive. Sensitive in the sense, whenever we ask the question about whether you when I ask some person about extramarital affairs, he or she never give answer about that. At that situation, this randomized block total response technique can estimate proportion of.
Okay, in the question you are asking about you are taking subject as a bodybuilder. Okay, of course, bodybuilder. Who is bodybuilder? What kind of bodybuilder person? One. Number two, in the bodybuilder, they always use of their weight training. That time you are using.
Yes.
When you go enter the gym, are you aware of the shoe? When we ask to the one activity without any bearing of weight training, that question, how can I modify? How can I ask to them? So that's why I'm telling, I'm asking. I'm not criticizing order, but for future reference to use, I want to use. I want to understand from the audience representative. That's why I'm telling.
Thank you, sir. Any question, please?
Okay. Now I place the query from the audience. Please, anybody wants to clarify from this?
Please, sir.
Please. Please use mic.
But I can hear, sir.
So you can use this, no?
Good evening. Thank you for your very good presentation. I have 2-3 suggestions I just like to add on. When we say bodybuilders, so you are collecting data from bodybuilders, and we are asking one question: had you participated in any bodybuilding competition? A bodybuilder means at least he had participated in one competition at any level. He is a bodybuilder. So, bodybuilder means he should participate, at least it's a sport. So, when he has participated in bodybuilding competition only, he is a bodybuilder. If he has not participated, that means he's a trainer, weight training, weightlifting, powerlifting, whatever it may be. So, bodybuilding means developing the muscles and reshaping them. So that question. And other things like Mostly, yes, bodybuilders take, this is the second question. They take anabolic steroids, and we have a proper testing for that. And in bodybuilding competition, I was also the member of doping committee. So we have a sophisticated procedure to test the bodybuilders. Like Prem Sindagra, he was a drug-free bodybuilder, and we are proud of him from Punjab. In 1988, he was the first person to bring Mr. World title from Brisbane, Australia. So we had produced bodybuilders, but still, I was also bodybuilder, and believe me, I never take steroids. And I teach to a lot of students, and we never give steroids. But behind me, what they are doing, I don't know. But we give training, very good training, but we never give anabolic steroids for bodybuilders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. When we design this study, the questions are asked have been put already in our mind. But actually, this is not a personally survey type design. Actually, we want to know whether the bodybuilders who are usually doing their workout naturally, maybe in the competition or maybe in the daily routine. Simply when we ask to them, sir, what food supplement you are taking, they never say, truly. This is the thing. That's why we try to find out whether truly they are doing in the right way or not. That's why we are searching this by using these techniques. Thank you very much. That question we will be put in our mind for the future. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody? Any more? Okay. You are the last. Okay. Very precisely ask the question. Okay.
Very good evening, sir.
Good evening.
That was a wonderful presentation, and it is indeed a new technique in the field of physical education where new scholar they can use. But as far your study concern that you have used about the survey, and the technique itself is randomized response techniques. It is concerned more about the number of sample, I think. So in your studies, you have taken 15 samples. Will this number of sample is suitable enough to give an inference over that specific studies?
Oh. But actually, your question is how to represent the population by a sample, right? But actually, this is not in the question is very different about this block total response technique. When the survey, we conducting the survey by taking a sample. In the survey, if we face the problem in the sense you have a sensitive variable like just steroid in the bodybuilders or anything else. When you asked to the respondents feel very unwanted situation. That means he or she may think that if I answer the question, I cannot protect my privacy. At this situation, this technique should be used to elicit the true answer from the respondents. For that, this technique is used. For representing the population by this sample is not related with these techniques.
Answer, in your answer, I have again having one more queries. As you have given p-stars values in your studies, what was that p-value is suggesting?
A p-value is proportion. Proportion.
Only the proportion.
Proportion who use steroid.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now we come to conclude for the session, third session of the plenary session. So now I hand over to my co-chair for the sum of the presenters.
Once again, good evening, everyone. We're about to end the last session. And before we wind up for this session, I would like to quickly summarize the session. Respected chairperson of today, Professor Inau Singh, esteemed speaker of the session, delegates, dignitaries, and my dear friends. First and foremost, I would like to thanks and congratulations to all the presenter of this final session of today. It was really, sir, a very informative and interactive session. So, begin with the first speaker. The first presenter of the session, Professor M. Iliaras, who speak on the topic, Sports Science, a Continuous Game Changer. So, sir has wonderfully started the session, his presentation with the importance of sports science in athlete. And he also tried to cover some part of the important points about stretching of the athlete with different types of stretching also. And sir also tried to put some area on the bone density as well as the sauna bath for the fat reduction. Also tried to put some points on the high altitude training to improve the endurance. So, dear friends, reinforce that sports science is constantly evolving, making sports safer, more competitive, and scientifically driven. So once again, thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now, moving to the second presenter of today, Professor Sambur Prasad. He wonderfully speak about the reviving Bharatiya Khel, starting with his presentations about Indian knowledge and its system. He also put very clearly about his mission and vision of Indian knowledge system. And he also tried to put all the three core principles of Indian knowledge system. That is Janan, the knowledge, Vignan, the science, and Jivan Darshan, the philosophy. And then he speak about the Bharatiya Khel, which is the initiative of Indian knowledge system. And he also put all the concept of how the 75 concept of the games which it developed. And indigenous games itself are deeply rooted in the tradition, belief, and lifestyle of native communities. They preserve and celebrate cultural heritage. It passes knowledge from one generation to another. So once again, thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful and informative presentation. Last but not the least, our last presenter of this evening session, Professor Upendra Singh. He speak about the application of block total response technique, BTRT, in case of one sensitive binary feature, particularly with the bodybuilder. And sir has started the presentation with randomized response technique or the methodology, we normally RRT or RRM, and who's introduced by the Weiner in 1965. And sir also tried to cover some concept of how BTR has been developed. And sir has clearly mentioned about how they developed a research study on BTR. So BTR in bodybuilding emphasizes the structural progressive learning by ensuring mastery of each training phase. Before advancing, it applies progressive overload, neuromuscular adaptation, and technique mastery to the enhance performance and reduce injury risks. So once again, thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Last but not the least, I now also would like to take this opportunity and thanks the organizing committee, especially organizing secretary and his entire team for inviting us to chair the session. And we look forward, sir, in the near future also, such type of program to be continued. And we're ready to participate and help in any form of whichever responsible you people provided. So once again, thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Disconnection. Okay, thank you once again. Then now I hand over for the procedure to the volunteers. Is there any former procedure? Finish? Certification oriented.
Once again, good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for conducting this program. Thank you so much to the chairperson and the co-chairperson and the distinguished spokespersons for today's. Now, we have a certification distribution session. So I request to Professor T. Inawi Singh to hand over the certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, may I honor to Professor M. Eliaras, Sports Science and And secondly, may I honor Professor Sambhu Prashad. Thank you so much, sir. Professor T. Inawi Singh. Next, I call upon the name. So, may I request to Dr. Nomaitem Suhendra Singh to hand over the certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, may I honor Professor Salam Upendra Singh to hand over the certificate. Thank you, sir. Dr. Nomaitem Suhendra Singh. Now we have a photo session. So I request to join the chairperson, co-chairperson, and the distinguished spokespersons and the faculty member to join us. Once again, thank you everyone and all present here. So now, for today, 3 days international conference exploring current trend in physical education and sports science, innovation, challenges and opportunities, third session will be in here. So I would like to request Darwin Tongbrum to give a board of things.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. It's a great honor and privilege for me to extend my heartfelt vote of thanks at the conclusion of this remarkable first day of 3-day international conference. Once again, thank you all for making this session a grand success. Let's take forward the insight of today's session to continue our pursuit of knowledge. Have a great day. Thank you.
So now, we have a most awaited program for today's event. Now, we have a cultural show. So, I would like to introduce the program to Oza Saurika.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. It's time for cultural program, and cultural program will be presented by students of Department Dance and Music under the guidance of Oza Machachauri Ganga. Now let's take our first dance. It's Thogul Jagoi. Thogul Jagoi is a traditional folk dance of Manipur and is performed to honor the deities and ask for the land prosperity. Let's welcome Thogul Jagoi.
mà mang lấy cái thăm ba sát lên khối mu nơi il lên khối đa bờ sao mi lao lao chết si lao cần lực bờ yami cần cháu bờ yami mang đỡ tha đô lao làm xuân bi kêu làm nhai ta muốn nu na hoa đê bố thao làm tháng phiêu đu khum là đu na im mong đi làm đơm nhém nu đi nung si ba mai tây tam hậu đi sa bi ine mặt cha pa mu bi chính nung kia sa na lốp tu đơ ghi bai bi đơ lo đơ hay là hồi đi na chan vợ hay đi đơ chính đơ sát bi in nghe lấy xin na đơ na kiến khi ba ai nơ kiến ghê kiến ba ra mà lăng ba na hum ba ghi ho kiến ba ni ho kiến ba ni de Numitang wai ki na tan cha ni Numitang wai ki na tan cha ni O numina ching ya na thang lak pa Tam yak ko di na chilak pa ho ho O madam nagalang le na maday ma Wag tay nung sit na nami ba Wag tay nung sit na nami ba Humalang nagaliri na humlag pa Chinglolan na da humlag ho ho Sando yang ge nam itchay chay Harampang na da humlag Harampang na da humlag Harabi mana na itay kay Matam tanja na asida ho ho Wana su ay ko'y mayam na Matam tanja na asida Haraw uli Haraw uli Haraw mathoy ka dakli Nungay mapal sa dakli Sibrat ko'y na haraw ba Sibrat ko'y na nungay ba Laybara Laybani yuda Laybara Laybani yuda Oh ha Hayana shida Ang ting nangak ni ba Luya na pundam ba Wak ni na bukay ba Singulay ni pina Laybana Hawoy lay ni pina Laybana Oh Ngasi porong nung jada na suoy ko'y mayam na jagoy kote kachaba yola bakada apiyo lala bakada kanpiyo.
Thank you. Next, let's welcome Maibam Dizen Koman from Department of Dance and Music, and he will be presenting Nitra Prabandha composed by Yaikom Hemanta Singh. Let's welcome Dizen.
धिलांग बाजे
झंता झन झन तथरी प्रभुत्व झंता सच्छरे गरी व्रत रमणीना सच्छरे गरी व्रत रमणीना ओय तेन्ना ओय तेन्ना ओय तेन्ना ओय तेन्ना सच्छरे गरी व्रत रमणीना धा धा धिक तक धेना सच्छरे गरी व्रत रमणीना सच्छरे गरी व्रत रमणीना
Thank you, Dizen. It was a very wonderful performance. Now it's Hari Riha. This dance form is taken from Git Govinda, the first part of the last canto of the Astapati. It begins with the verse of Hari Riha Mugdava. This verse describes Lord Krishna, who is in love, play in the Manjula Bajula Kunja with Chandrabali. Lord Krishna put sandalwood powder on his body, adorns himself with beautiful ornaments, and is in the love playing with Chandrabali. It portrays delicate body movements and hand gestures with dynamic rhythms, patterns. Now let's take Hari Riha.
पीत बसन
Hello, hello. That was a beautiful performance. So now we have a culture show by the Taekwondo. Performed by the Department of Physical Education students. Everyone, please give a round of applause. Hello. That was a wonderful performance of Taekwondo performed by the students of Physical Education and Sports Science. So I will request all the volunteers to clean up the stage. Hello. Once again, I request all the volunteers to clean up the stage. Hello, hello. Now, we have a traditional form of martial art called Thang Cha, performed by NSS Cell Manipur University. That must be the last performance of today's event. So now, everyone, welcome to the team NSS Cell Manipur University. Please give a round of applause. the traditional form of martial art called Thangta, performed by NSS Cell, Manipur University. Now we have a photo session. May I request all the performers to join us. So may I request all the faculties and invitees also join us.